चाणक्य के साथ मिलकर इस राजा धनानंदा को अपने सिंहासन से गिरा दिया. Now there was a person, Chandragupta Maurya, who overthrew the kingdom of Dhanananda with the help of Chanakya, who was also his political guru. Now, for the first time, what happens during this time, that the political unity is achieved. Now, आप लोग ये सोच रहे होंगे कि ये जो पॉलिटिकल यूनिटी, ये जो एकता की बात हो रही है भारत में, ऐसा क्यों हुआ? Why this was done? This was done because during the time of Nanda dynasty के टाइम पे अलेक्जेंडर इन्वेजन भी हुआ था. During that time, Alexander invasion also took place, and the Mauryans realized, Mauryans को ये समझ में आ गया था that they must achieve the political unity of the country if they have to prosper. अगर हमको आगे तरक्की करनी है, हमको हमारे साम्राज्य को बचाना है, तो हमको पॉलिटिकल यूनिटी तो करनी ही पड़ेगी. And moreover, what happened was the history writing has become very clear from this period, and the chronology is very clear. अभी तक क्या हो रहा था? Chronology was not clear because the writings were vague and it was not very clear. Okay, there were many assumptions what we were making, but from the Mauryan period से जितना भी इतिहास हम आगे पढ़ेंगे, it is very clear. All right. Now there are numerous resources apart from our indigenous resources through which we have come to know about this period. Apart from the books that were written by the Indian people and the foreign people, हमारे भारतीय और विदेशी लोगों के द्वारा जो किताब लिखी गई है उसके द्वारा, there are a number of epigraphical records also available through which we know about the Mauryan people. कई epigraphical record भी लिखे गए हैं जिसके कारण से हमको हमें मौर्यन साम्राज्य के इतिहास का पता चलता है. Sir, can you please explain what is this epigraphy? Yes, I will explain this to you. Now, epigraphy is the study and interpretation of ancient inscriptions. यानी कि पुराणिक इतिहास में in the olden times, when we study and interpret the inscriptions, ancient inscriptions, it is known as epigraphy. All right. Still, sir, can you please tell us what is this inscription all about? What is this inscription? Yes. Now, when you engrave something, जब आप किसी stone या metal में, when you try to cut and write something in a stone or a metal, such kind of writing is known as inscription. So will I say that book is a form of inscription? No. Will I say that this image what you see is a form of inscription? Yes. All right, I hope this difference is clear to all of you. All right. As I told you, there are various resources through which we come to know about the Mauryan Empire. One such literary sources is Kautilya's Arthashastra. Kautilya was also known by the name of Chanakya. All right. He was the political guru of Chandragupta Maurya. All right. Now, this book was written by Kautilya in Sanskrit. Now, he was also known as the Indian Machiavelli. अब ये इंसान कौन थे? He is known as the father of the modern Indian philosophy. He is known as the father of the Indian modern philosophy. All right. Apart from that, हमारे मॉडर्न इतिहास के, हमारे आज के इतिहास, हमारा जो आज का समय चल रहा है, उस समय में इनको पॉलिटिकली भी बहुत इंटेलिजेंट माना जाता है. तो कौटिल्य की तुलना इनसे की जाती है. सो दैट मींस यू कैन रियलाइज हाउ मच इंटेलिजेंट दिस गाय वुड हैव बीन. वेरी सून यू विल रियलाइज when we will understand the political administration. जब हम मौर्यन काल के समय का पॉलिटिकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन समझेंगे, तब आपको ये पता चलेगा कि कितनी बारीकी से इन्होंने काम किया था. Now, the manuscripts which were written, that means the book, this Arthashastra, now this was discovered by R. Sharma Shastri in the year 1904. Now, this entire manuscript has 15 books, and these 15 books has total 180 chapters. But overall, अगर हमको ये 15 किताबों में जो 180 चैप्टर दिए हैं, अगर इनको 3 मुख्य पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करना हो, if I have to divide this into 3 parts, I will say that the first part deals with the king, his council of ministers and the departments of the government. The second part will deal with the civil and the criminal law, that means related to the law and order and the judiciary. The third is related to the foreign policy, that is diplomacy and war. So first is related to the governance, the second is related to the law and order and judiciary, and the third is related to the foreign policy. I hope ये बात सबको समझ में आ रही है. Now, for the Mauryans, to know about the Mauryans, this is the most important literary source, Kautilya's Arthashastra. Let us continue. Apart from this, now when we will move further, when in future we will study about Gupta period, जब हम आगे जाके गुप्ता काल के बारे में पढ़ेंगे, उस समय के एक लेखक थे. That time there was a writer Vishakha Datta. Now he had written a drama Mudra Rakshasa. In that also it has been mentioned how Chandragupta Maurya, with the assistance of Kautilya, was able to overthrow the Nandas. I hope this point is clear to all of you. This also will help you to understand about the social economic conditions under the Mauryan people. I hope this is clear. Let's continue. Now, Megasthenes, he was a Greek ambassador in the court of Chandragupta Maurya. That means he was a foreigner who was a Greek ambassador working under the king of Chandragupta Maurya. हमारे इस मौर्य काल में सबसे पहले इनके जो राजा हैं वो बनेंगे चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य. उनके अंडर में बहुत सारे एम्बेसडर्स भी थे जो फॉरेन से आके वहां पर रुकते थे, जिनको हम राजदूत बोलते. तो मेगास्थनीज उसमें से एक थे. He wrote a book Indica which has only survived in fragments. वो कुछ उनके उस किताब के कुछ अवशेष बचे हैं. This book has not survived completely. It also gives a very detailed account about the administration of the capital city of Patliputra and the military organization. Now, the social life has also been explained in this book. Now, one more thing which you guys must know is, now during those times when those books will be written, so generally kings or the priest will order those books to be written. Okay, so generally it will not be written from a common man's perspective. वो जो भी किताबें उस काल में लिखी जाती थी वो आम इंसान की बोली नहीं थी. वो राजा या तो बोलता था कि किताब लिखो, या तो एक एक कोई प्रीस्ट होगा जो वो एक किताब लिखेगा राजा की तारीफ में ताकि राजा खुश हो जाए और कुछ इनाम दे. So that is why you guys must treat these resources with caution and must be very, very careful, because we do not know whether all these things what we are reading are 100% right or wrong. But at the same time, do not become binary, do not become 0 or 1, or ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. It should not happen that you stop reading all these history sources saying that everything is wrong. At the same time, everything is not right also. Okay, so obviously it is in our syllabus, we are studying it, but always keep your brain open and open to different ideas. All right, let's continue. Apart from those two Indica resources and the book which was written by Chanakya, there are some other resources also. Like in the Purans also it's mentioned, in the Buddhist literatures also, like Jatakas, it's mentioned about the Mauryas. Now Dipvamsa and Mahavamsa, which were also written by Buddhists in Sri Lanka, when the Buddhism was spreading in Sri Lanka, here also the role of Ashoka has been mentioned. So that means there are various literature resources available to us. हमारे पास कई ऐसी किताबों में ये available है, ये मौजूद है कि मौर्य काल एग्जिस्ट करता था और उसका ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कैसा था. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Apart from those books, there are various archaeological resources also. There are various edicts. अब edicts क्या होते हैं? Edicts means when you find a certain object which give you some archaeological value, like various pillar edicts and rock edicts. मतलब कई पिलर और रॉक्स के ऊपर भी अशोका ने अपनी बात कहने की कोशिश की थी. Now these inscriptions of Ashoka, now why inscriptions? Because they are engraved either on a hard surface such as a rock or a pillar. They were first deciphered by James Prinsep in 1837. Now mostly the script which was used here was Brahmi. ब्रह्मी स्क्रिप्ट ज्यादातर यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल की गई थी. नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न इंडिया में खरोष्टी स्क्रिप्ट का इस्तेमाल किया गया था. नाउ रिमेंबर, Gandhara was one of the Mahajanpada in the northwestern region. There Kharoshti was used. Sir, can you please let us know what is this Brahmi, Kharoshti? Because it is now one by one the scripts are coming up and it is becoming slightly difficult for you to understand. Sir, एक एक करके Brahmi script, Kharoshti script आ रही है. क्या आप थोड़ा सा समझा सकते हैं इन स्क्रिप्ट के बारे में? All right, let me explain this to you. Now, first of all, before we move into those scripts, सबसे पहले हम जो इस edicts की बात करें, इसकी जल्दी से एक हम summary देख लेते हैं. Now, there are total 7 pillar edicts. You don't have to remember all of them. But one important thing is all the pillars are monolith. That means made from a single stone. मतलब अगर एक बड़ा सा पत्थर रखा हुआ है, if there's a single stone over there, from a single stone, if you cut and make the entire pillar, it is known as a monolith monument. Okay. Now, in the ancient India, there were many temples also which were monolith. मतलब एक ही पहाड़ को ही कट कर करके उन्होंने गुफाएं और मंदिर भी बनाए थे. तो that is known as monolith. Now, this is the dimension, not very important. Now, pillar edict number 7, that means out of 7 जो 7वें नंबर का था, this gives a summary of Ashoka's effort. The efforts what he was doing to promote Dhamma. Okay, let me give you guys a quick recap here. Okay, the first king which we will study was Chandragupta Maurya. Then we will study about Bindusara. All right, not Bimbisara. Bimbisara was there in Harankya dynasty. Don't get confused. Bindusara. Then we will study about Ashoka. All right. So these 3 kings we are going to study in this chapter. And I am talking about these edicts. ये अशोका के बारे में बात कर रहा हूं. I am talking about this guy which we will study in some time. Dhamma means he actually इन्होंने बुद्धिज्म अपना लिया था. He adopted Buddhism later in his life. So through his Dhamma, his teachings, he is trying to tell to everybody that this is right and this is wrong. I hope this is clear. All right. Now in these pillars you will find various animals, also elephants, lions, wheels and lotus, which were significant symbols of Buddhism. You will find 14 major rock edicts. All right. Out of them, the 13th rock edict will tell the detail about his war with Kalinga. When we will study about Ashoka, I will tell you that he fought a war with in Kalinga. All right. At that time, he realized that he had done wrong because lakhs of people have died. लाखों लोगों की मौत हो जाती है. तो इस रॉक एडिक्ट में हम उन्होंने अपने युद्ध का जिक्र भी किया है. All right. There were 15 minor rock edicts. All right, which were in the country as well as in Afghanistan also. And Ashoka has used his name in only 4 places. Okay, Maski, Brahmagiri, which is in Karnataka, Gujara, which is in Madhya Pradesh, and Nettur, which is in Andhra Pradesh. All right. So out of those 15 minor rock edicts, Ashoka has named his use only in 4 of these. I hope this summary about these edicts is clear. Now, let us come back to the question which I have asked you. कि सर ये ब्रह्मी स्क्रिप्ट, खरोष्टी स्क्रिप्ट, इंडस स्क्रिप्ट, यहाँ पे भी हम लोगों ने पढ़ी थी बॉस्फोरस स्टाइल ऑफ राइटिंग. इन तीनों में डिफरेंस क्या होता है? लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड. Indus script we have already discussed, in which what we will do is we will start writing from left to right and then right to left, then left to right, right to left. If you have not watched this chapter about the Harappan civilization, please watch, you will understand this. Now, Brahmi script is the most popular script of our Indian culture. Now, the Hindi language, what we study right now, Bengali, Tamil, Malayalam, all of them have been deciphered, or you can say ब्रह्मी स्क्रिप्ट से ही ये सब ब्रांचेस बनी है. Alright, one important thing between North Indian languages and South Indian languages is that in North Indian languages it is angular in shape, whereas in South India it is circular in shape. Okay, Kharoshti script, it is used mainly in the northwestern frontier in the Gandhara script. All right, in that Gandhara region. All right, so important one is Brahmi. Still, now if you are thinking, अगर आप सोच रहे हैं कि नॉर्थ इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस में एंगुलर होती है, साउथ इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस सर्कुलर होती है, you are not able to understand. Now you guys will be able to understand. You see this is Tamil language, Malayalam, Kannada and Telugu. All of them are circular in shape, the script. Now this is an example of Gujarati. All right, This is angular in shape. See, this is not circular. This has angles. All right. So this is how you differentiate between these scripts. All right. I hope this point is clear to all of you. अब हम समझते हैं पॉलिटिकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, पॉलिटिकल इतिहास of the Mauryan Empire. So first, let's talk about the Chandragupta Maurya. All right, he was Chandragupta Maurya. He, with the help of Chanakya, he overthrew the Nandas, and here comes the beginning of the Mauryan Empire. All right. So he was the founder of the Mauryan Empire. At the young age of 25, he captured Pakistan.
You got some pussy 2 days ago? All day, every day. How's the significant other? All right, I see. I see. This is a drive-by. This is a drive-by pussy communication. Basically, I got pussy, but I'm not going to talk about it, which is tight. I've been there. I've done that. I got that T-shirt. Excellent. How things going for you on kick? How things going for you on kick? How things going for you on kick? Every day you got to do it, then, bro. Project, project. I got you. It's going well. I have a benefit why don't say that? I'm live at the stream right now, or Discord. I'm live in iShow Speaks Discord. I'm going to be live in some other Discord soon, live streaming. People see my link in there. They come in here. It starts to gain momentum. A lot of people know about me. I would say I don't stream on Kick. Just about everybody knows who I am, which is a really great gift because I can go in anybody's Discord and basically get an interview with anyone I want. Did an interview recently with some people. Yeah, it's perhaps she sent me a message. Yeah, I got Ellie Bob in my game. The funny thing is, I never entered India, but I do have it. Just so you know. I'll keep our private messages private. But yeah, through she is trying to be with us. I mean, what do you want me to do? One of those things where you're as amazing as I am, hard for someone like us to get out of my game. So I understand. But yeah, any chick on Kick who has message of any girl from Kick who has messaged me, she is one of them. Oh, dude. No, I don't think you get any simpler than I am. I'm basically the man, the myth, the legend. You can ask any Kick creator who I am, and chances are they're going to know who I am. And you can ask some major influencers who I am, and they know who I am. So it's just a matter of time until somebody sees what I do, and they blow it up, and we go viral. And then Guido doesn't have to worry about becoming KCIP anymore. He's going to be RCIP. He's going to be Rabbi Creator Incentive Program, and we're going to make sure I'm banned. Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing. I kind of permaban myself purposefully I so here's how it went down. I was streaming on Kick on like 5 different channels simultaneously every single day for like a month or a little more, and people started to take notice of me. But I recognized that like I was just a small fish in Kick, which was even though it was like a small pond, it was still like a pond that I was unable to get any viewership from without buying, without like legitimately buying viewers. You just won't get more than 3 people watching you on Kick again when you're a new creator. You'll get like 1, 2, 3 at most. So I thought, you know what? If I just start spamming people like a lot using Kick, using new accounts, I wonder what would happen. So I started doing that, and those new accounts would get banned. But I thought, you know what? This is such a I thought it was kind of a loophole because I had my original 5 accounts that I didn't spam. I just kept those streaming, and then Kick came out and banned me and banned my original 5 accounts, and they said they banned my original 5 accounts for uh, ban evasion. But the interesting thing is those first 5 accounts didn't evade any bans. They were literally my original OG account, so they didn't avoid any bans. So if anything that I have to say to Kick and anything, your policies are a little bit off. Essentially, you banned me for ban evasion, even though I never evaded any of your policies using my original account. Anyway, with that said, I can tell you that it was an excellent sacrifice for me. Everybody, look, I know you know who I am, but for my bots, let's be honest, no one would. Next Straight Savage wouldn't know who I am. Oh, perhaps could be good. Yes, we take this listen. Yeah. So I would say all in all, it was an excellent sacrifice for me because I went from virtually unknown to arguably a top 10 influencer on the entire platform without even trying to. Here's a perfect example. Before I did this, I could go into someone's Discord and be like, hey, can I tell you about my project that I'm doing now? And I'm like, please, no, do. This way, I come in and they're like, Rabbi, what are you doing here? And I'm like, hey, how are you? What's your name? And they're like, oh, I'm so and so. I stream my people. Like, oh, okay, like they know me before I know them, even though they're the influencer, which is the interesting thing. Usually, the influencer is the one who has to learn about their audience. In my case, they already know about at least one audience around. So I think it's kind of a reversal of normal course. And I have a friend of mine who was just randomly on Monkey and Home TV and all that, and she was asking people just randomly if they knew what it was, and surprisingly they did. And so that's a really good thing too. That just the general populace is starting to find out who I am, and it's just going to take one day. April honestly, let's just take a look at my profile. He live streaming in my Discord for a year, and a bunch of people latch onto that because they're like, well, he has 1,000 TikTok, he has 2,100 Twitter accounts, he has over 10,000 Kick accounts. Like this is more popular than we've ever seen. So anything, it's essentially a profile that you would be able to offer. Normally, when you have a creator, everybody's already seen their shit. Everybody's already been like, oh, this is their funniest part. This is a highlight with mine. I have so much content that it is literally a sea of content and data for people to be able to dive into. I do quite various amounts of content. So if you're gaming, I do IRL, I do sleep streams, I do karaoke streams, I do trivia streams, we do podcasts, we do stand-up comedy streams. So yeah, so if somebody wants to find this on my Instagram, the best way to find that Rabbi Rothschild 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 100. But I know Rabbi Rothschild 5 has like solid like months where I just did song after song after song, karaoke singing 5. Yeah. So yeah, did a karaoke show that's on Instagram. The reason why it's on Instagram and not it's on YouTube too. It's just like you could have a 12-hour video for a song that you wanted 3 minutes of. That's too much time. So it's nicer that I just will say it into Instagram and you get it right away. It's a humongous amount of data. Yes, sir. Actually, you should know before you leave, I really mean this. If there's an answer with your person to person, you're really going to be a major mistake. It keep you, in my opinion, from being okay. Like I consider it being like 4 different levels. There's the unknown level, which you're on the higher end of that, like you're becoming. Yeah, it will. But people are starting to know who you are. Then there's a low level creator where you are KCIP, that's the goal. Then there's like a medium, like then you get into like a medium, like say being somebody like um, Ali Boba, Debbie Sucks, like people you see regularly. And then the top streamers are your Ice Poseidons, your Aiden Rosses, and then I guess you got like absolutely unknown. You're different than absolutely unknown. I mean, you have a lot of people in your stream. You're a well-known creator. What I'm saying is like you're very close to being in that first level of streamer where you're like a newborn on Kick, where you just got KCIP and everybody's starting to know you in the first place, and I think you have a huge opportunity to be like the next generation. The only thing stopping you is consistency. One of the things I would say that stops you, and this is really a disadvantage for you, the hours when you stream. Because most people on Kick are generally like the Western Hemisphere. here. And so when it's popping on Kick, I notice personally you aren't there. And that's not your fault. It's just how the world works. And then when you are here, most of the Western world, Western hemisphere is not available to see you. So I see you and I know you as a like really someone who I would say if I could give like five people on Kick who I'm surprised are not Casey Upton. You're one of them. And the other one that stands up to me out to me a lot is Low Scan Live. You know who Low Scan Live is? If you saw him, you would know him because he literally streams like 16 hours a day. And I've asked him, because he has like a lot of people in his stream. I've asked him, look, you stream basically more than anyone on Kick, but you're not KCIP. Why is that? And he says, I meet all of the requirements except the 100 viewer simultaneously. That's the reason why I have to be able to do it. And it's frankly because it doesn't buy bots. And I understand, I respect it. But it's like you literally have a situation on Kick where you have someone who's putting in the grind 16 hours a day. They're very well known. They're not KCIP because they don't buy bots. They might have 60, 70, 80 people in their chat, which is a lot, but they don't have bots. And then you have someone, frankly, like I'll just name names, Amaranth, with 2,000 people in her stream, a dead chat, an absolutely dead chat. And she's got like a 7 or 8 figure contract with him. It doesn't make a lot of sense that and it's not just Kick, YouTube, Twitch, they're all the same. They reward people who buy. It's as simple. Excellent. Good, I love you. Take care. Shout out to your audience. Take care, my man. Peace, baby.
has already been told. Under them also there were various subordinate officers known as yuktas. All right. Now, if I talk about rural administration, गांव की बात करूं, so the head of the village was Gramani, and various villages were under the head of Gopa, who was responsible for the administration of various villages. I hope this point is clear to all of you. All right. Now, Kautilya in his book and Megasthenes in his book Indica both have mentioned about municipal administration. Arthashastra, which is Kautilya's book, has a full chapter on the Nagar or city management. All right. Now, this city superintendent or Nagarika, his main role was to maintain law and order. All right. You can relate this to the present IPS officer who is responsible for maintaining law and order of a district. All right. Now there were again various committees to look after the administration at the local level. Let's say this is an example of Patliputra of the capital city, that there were committees to look after industries, foreign trades, जो लोग मरते थे जिनकी डेथ होती थी, that is that about census, the registrations was of birth certificate, death was happening over there. Trade committee was also there. Manufacturing and sale of goods, collection of sale taxes. Look at the minute beauty of the administration here. कितनी depth में administration मौजूद था मौर्यन काल के समय में. You guys should understand this. That even at that ancient time, it was happening at such a beautiful and such a in detail level. All right. Now, if I talk about the modern art and architecture, all right, so you can see how beautifully the pillars were made in those period. All right, so this is an example of a pillar. Okay, you can see an animal. This is the hibiscus, and this is a lotus, all right, flower, which is in inverted shape, and then this is the pillar. Now, later on, what will happen is this emblem, what you saw, the pillar, what you saw, it will become the official capital of the Indian government also. आज ये जो ये शेर का साइन देखते हैं, Indian government has adopted this as a emblem also. You guys have seen that. Moreover, you guys will find various animal figures also on top of these figures like lion, elephant, bulls. All right. If I talk about these Ashokan pillars with inscriptions, they are found in various places such as Delhi, Allahabad, Rumindai, Sanchi, Sarnath. All right. These are the examples of the pillars. ये जो चार शेरों का मैंने example दिया आपको, with the example what I have given you about the 4 lions, this is an example of Sarnath pillar. All right, which is the one of the most magnificent pillar what you see. All right. Apart from the pillars, this stupa is also magnificent example of the architecture of the Mauryan period. All right, this stupa is from Sanchi. All right, Sanchi is in Madhya Pradesh. All right. Now, if you look here, the stupa was made during the Ashokan time, but this relics, this extra part, what you see, this was made later on during the later period. All right. So it was basically built with bricks, but it was enlarged after the time of Ashoka. बाद में इसको बढ़ाया गया. All right. Sanchi stupas are the best example of such beautiful architecture. All right. Apart from that, there are caves also. Now look at the caves, how beautifully inside it has been made. Okay, inside. Now, why these caves was made? These caves were made so that monks can stay when they are traveling from one place to the other. Inside, they were polished also. All right. Now, these were presented to the Ajivikas, okay, by Ashoka and his son, which is a very, very important heritage of Mauryas. Okay, the cave which you saw just now, okay, it is present near Bodh Gaya, which is a very beautiful example of Mauryan architecture. This was generally used by the monks to reside over there. All right, and the interior walls were polished like mirror. Okay, I hope this point is clear to all of you. All right, but then what happened? That the Mauryans started declining. ऐसा क्या हुआ कि ये Mauryans decline होने शुरू हो गए? Now this again is a debatable topic. Okay, some say that the successors जो अशोका के बाद के जो राजा थे, they were weak. Some say that the Ashoka had a very big political administration setup. पूरा का पूरा देश अशोक के अंडर में था, and that is why it was very difficult to manage, and that is why it started breaking up into different parts. All right. Some people say that he was acting against Brahmins and he was saying that we should not believe in rituals. But Ashoka never acted against Brahmins. You must remember this, okay? He was always talking about tolerance. He used to say that don't believe in such superstitions, but he used to still respect the Brahmins and other religions. He never said that my religion is the best religion. He said that सबको अपने अपने religion को अपने अपने तरीके से मनाने की छूट है, मगर अगर आप मेरी बात सुनना चाहते हो तो आप ये बात समझ लो कि आपको सुपरस्टिशन से उठ के you have to be logical. I hope this point is clear. It is also said that he used to believe in non-violence after embracing Buddhism. So his army was also very angry. Okay, there are various reasons given. All right, there are multiple causes and multiple reasons given. All right. So, but there are, I would say that the combination of these factors, that the later kings were not very brave enough or were lacking in leadership qualities, और जो बाद के जो राजा आए थे, they were not able to intact the entire country together because it was very difficult for them to organize the complete country. At the same time, what happens is a foreign invasion also takes place. All right. At the same time, see what happens is Shung dynasty will also start. Why? Because Pushyamitra Shung. Uh, at the same time, what will happen is Pushyamitra Shung, he will overthrow the Mauryan Empire. So all this have caused the decline of the Mauryas. Okay. So I hope this was helpful to all of you. We don't have Telegram channel now. You can be connected to us on Instagram and Facebook. And this is an absolutely free platform, guys. And UPC Digital Library is a vision of mine in which I want to help maximum aspirants who cannot afford high coaching fees. So if you know any of your friends who want to prepare, please you can bring them to our platform. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on Ancient Indian History. Ancient Indian History के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. Today we will talk about chapter 7, that is post-Mauryan India. In the last chapter, we have seen how the Mauryan Empire have ruled over almost the entire India. इस लेसन में हम ये समझेंगे कि मौर्यंस के डिक्लाइन के बाद, मौर्यन के पतन के बाद के जो राजा आते हैं, उनका शासन हमारे देश में कैसा होता है. As you can see here, you will find various kingdoms. Like over here, you can find Kushan Empire. If you look at the southern side, you will find Satvahana's empire. And then you will also find various other foreign invasions taking place from the northwestern side as we will proceed in this chapter. So one by one, let us try to understand what happened after the Mauryans. Mauryan के बाद क्या होता है? All right. So as we discussed in the last chapter, जैसा हमने पिछले चैप्टर में डिस्कस किया था कि अशोका के बाद, अशोका की मृत्यु के बाद उनके साम्राज्य वेस्टर्न और ईस्टर्न दो पार्ट में डिवाइड हो जाते हैं. But their successors, Ashoka's successor, they were not successful in keeping the empire intact. जो अशोका के आगे वारिस होते हैं, वो उनके साम्राज्य को एक रखने में सफल नहीं हो पाते हैं. We also discussed one reason wherein I told you that it was told that the Ashoka's military, Ashoka's army was also not very happy because of the non-violence policy which he was trying to enforce in various parts of the country through his dhamma. All right, through his various teachings, अपने ये ज्ञान के माध्यम से, धम्मा के ज्ञान के माध्यम से अशोका अलग अलग राज्यों में अलग अलग अपने ज्ञान को पहुंचा रहे थे, जिसमें वो चाहते थे कि नॉन वायलेंस, अहिंसा को बढ़ावा दिया जाए. इसलिए इस बात से उनकी मिलिट्री यानी फौज भी खुश नहीं थी. अब धीरे धीरे ये होता है बाद में कि अलग अलग प्रोविंसेस अपने आप को इंडिपेंडेंट घोषित करना शुरू कर देती हैं. The provinces started declaring themselves independent. That means from the complete Mauryan Empire, they start to seize out. They start to come out of this Mauryan Empire. All right. The northwestern India also slips out of the control of the Mauryas. आपको मालूम होगा नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज फ्रॉम हियर पीपल फ्रॉम आउटसाइड इंडिया थ्रू द वेरियस पासेस कैन कम टू इंडिया. ऑलराइट, बिकॉज नेवी वाज नॉट वेरी वेरी इफेक्टिव दैट टाइम। उस समय पे नेवी बहुत इफेक्टिव नहीं थी, तो भारत के अंदर आने के लिए या तो चीन से रास्ता था या फिर नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न साइड से, सेंट्रल एशिया से वो अंदर आ सकते थे। जैसे ही नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न इंडिया, एज सुन एज नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया slipped out of the hand of the Mauryans, the foreign invasion started happening. All right, I hope this point is clear to all of you. Moreover, Kalinga also declared itself independent. You remember Ashoka won the Kalinga war. अशोका ने कलिंगा का युद्ध जीता था, लेकिन बाद में कलिंगा ने भी अपने आप को इंडिपेंडेंट घोषित कर दिया। नाउ कलिंगा, यू कैन से इट्स प्रेजेंट डे ओडिशा। All right, and in the south what happens is an independent empire gets established, which is known as Satavahanas. All right, I hope this point is clear. So what happens is, now the Mauryan rule, it was only confined to the Gangetic Valley. All right, only in the near the Gangetic Valley their empire was only remained, it only sustained. So I will not now call it as an empire, I will only call it as a region जहां पर वो राज कर रहे थे। But then what happens is, then Shung dynasty will replace the Mauryan dynasty. How? Let's have a look. So the picture which you see over here is of Pushyamitra Shung, who is also regarded as the founder of the Shung dynasty. So let us try to understand what happened. So Pushyamitra Shung, he was the commander in chief of the Mauryas. ये मौर्यास के कमांडर इन चीफ यानी आर्मी के चीफ थे। He was the army chief of the Mauryas. But then, as we have discussed the various possibilities, हमने अलग अलग possibilities समझी हैं कि अशोका के बाद के जो successors थे, they were not very effective, and then the army was also not very happy. So that is why what happens is, जो मौर्य के जो last ruler थे, बृहद्रथ, ये जो पुष्यमित्र शुंग है, he killed बृहद्रथ and then he started the Shung dynasty. But he also faced a lot of difficulty. Even the Shung rule was also not very comfortable. Why? Because as we have already discussed कि अलग अलग रीजन ने अपने आप को इंडिपेंडेंट घोषित कर दिया था। एंड एज नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट दिस इंडिया, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन, द फॉरेन इन्वेजन स्टार्टेड हैपनिंग, एंड द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज टू पुष्यमित्र शुंग, और आई शुड से overall to the Shung dynasty, was from the Bactrian Greeks. All right, Bactrian is again a place in the northwestern region. So from the Greeks, they faced a lot of difficulties. Greeks जो थे, they went up to Patliputra and they even occupied it for some time. The Greeks, वो पाटलिपुत्र तक, पटना तक पहुंच गए थे, जो कि एक समय में मौर्यास की कैपिटल होती थी, और कुछ समय तक उन्होंने उसको ऑक्यूपाई भी करके रखा था। However, Pushyamitra Shung, he was a very brave king and he was successful. वो विजयी हो गए थे अपनी अपनी हारी हुई टेरिटरी को वापस जीतने में। All right. He also fought a campaign against Kharavela of Kalinga, who invaded North India. अब हमने अभी ये देखा था कि कलिंगा ने अपने आप को इंडिपेंडेंट घोषित कर दिया था। The Kalingas, they declared themselves independent and they even came up to North India to expand their territory. And Pushyamitra Shung also fought against them. I hope this is clear to all of you. All right. Now, one very, very important thing here to know is, unlike the previous dynasties where they were mostly supporting Buddhism, all right, Pushyamitra Shung, he was a staunch follower of Brahmanism. So again, from here you will see that Hindutva or Hinduism will again try to expand in the territories. Now, this example will depict that he supported Brahmanism. क्योंकि ब्राह्मणिज्म के समय में अश्वमेध सेक्रीफाइसेस, हॉर्स सेक्रीफाइसेस वेर वेरी कॉमन, और पुष्यमित्र शुंग ने 2 अश्वमेध सेक्रीफाइसेस भी किए थे। आई होप यू गाइस आर अवेयर अबाउट व्हाट दिस सेक्रीफाइसेस, वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड दिस इन द प्रीवियस चैप्टर्स। बुद्धिस्ट की कुछ सोर्सेस की हम बात करें, if we talk about a few sources of Buddhism, they say that he was a persecutor of Buddhism. That means he did not like Buddhism. All right, but there are a few evidences which also showed that he had even patronized the Buddhist art, and he has also helped in improving the monuments at Bharut at Sanchi. So overall, it is again a debatable thing, but what we can say is, what we can conclude rather from these evidences is that he was slightly liberal towards Buddhism, but he was a true true follower of Brahmanism. I hope this point is clear to all of you. ठीक है, ये बात आपको समझ में आ गई. All right. But when Pushyamitra Shung died, his son Agnimitra becomes the ruler. All right. And the last ruler was Devbhuti. Now again, if you guys remember, in the Mauryan Empire, I told you that the last Mauryan ruler was killed by Pushyamitra Shung, who started the Shung dynasty. All right. Now here also what happens is the last Shung ruler, Devbhuti, was murdered by his minister Vasudev Kanva. Now Vasudev Kanva was, I'm sorry for this, was Amatya. Okay, Amatya is, you can say, present day kind of an IAS officer, which we have already discussed. Now Vasudev Kanva, he killed Devbhuti and then he started the Kanva dynasty, who ruled for around 45 years. All right. But after the Kanva's fall, now in that Magad region, in that Gangetic Plains region, all right, we do not know much about them until and unless Gupta dynasty will start taking its place, or the Gupta dynasty will emerge out from that region. All right. So this was about that Gangetic Plain region. Now we will also, in the next slides, we'll also try to see what happened in the southern region where we talked about Satvahanas, what happened in the northwestern region, and what were the foreign invasions, what happened. All right, we will look at them one by one. एक एक करके हम उनको देखेंगे. Now the rulers of Shungas were important. Why? Because they have tried to defend the Gangetic Valley from the foreign invasions. All right, हमने ये डिस्कस किया था कि पुष्यमित्र शुंग ने बैक्ट्रियंस और के साथ लड़कर अपने टेरिटरी को बचाने की बहुत कोशिश की थी. मोर ओवर इन द कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट ऑल्सो द शूंग डायनेस्टी इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज इन्होंने ब्राह्मणिज्म को दोबारा से इसका पुनर्जन्म करने में बहुत मदद की थी. हॉर्स सैक्रिफाइस, अश्वमेध, all these yajnas and sacrifices became again prominent during the rule of the Shung dynasty. All right. They also promoted the growth of Vaishnavism. What is Vaishnavism? In which you start worshipping Lord Vishnu. All right. And again, we see that the Sanskrit language becomes very, very important. All right. So now this Shung dynasty will act as a base to the upcoming golden age of the Guptas. How? When we will study about Gupta period, you guys will understand this. Let us proceed further. अब हमने ये Gangetic region की, Magad region की बात कर ली, where we said that we now know up to Kanva dynasty. All right. So now let us try to understand what happened here in the southern part. All right. How these Satvahanas they ruled. All right. Let us have a look at them. All right. In the Deccan, that means in the south में क्या होता है? Satvahanas, they established their independent rule after the decline of the Mauryas. उन्होंने अपने आप को independent घोषित कर दिया था. And their rule was almost for 450 years. मतलब 450 साल तक उनका राज्य था. They were also known as Andhras. The present day Andhra Pradesh also, what you see, their roots lie, all right, from Satvahanas, okay, who have ruled there for a very very long time. All right. Even इनके बारे में हमको पुराण और इंस्क्रिप्शंस में भी पता चलता है. नासिक और नानगढ़ के जो इंस्क्रिप्शंस हैं, वहां पर हमको गौतमीपुत्र सतकर्णी के बारे में पता चलता है. ये गौतमीपुत्र सतकर्णी जो थे, ही वाज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रूलर ऑफ द सतवाहनास. ऑलराइट. अब इनके जो सिक्के इशू होते हैं सतवाहनास के, उनसे भी हमको उनकी इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस के बारे में पता चलता है. नाउ लेट मी गिव यू गाइस एन एग्जांपल. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट बार्टर सिस्टम, अगर मैं बार्टर सिस्टम की बात करूं, बार्टर सिस्टम में क्या होता है, अगर आपके पास चावल है और आपको गेहूं चाहिए, तो आपको किसी ऐसे इंसान के पास जाना पड़ेगा जिसके पास पहले तो गेहूं हो और उसको चावल खरीदना हो. नहीं तो वो आपको अपनी गेहूं क्यों देगा और आपसे चावल क्यों लेगा? तो in barter system it becomes difficult when you have to exchange products, because first of all is you have to search for somebody who needs your product, and you have to search for somebody who is ready to give his product to you which you require. All right. Let's say you want to sell X and you want to purchase Y. So first thing is you want to find out somebody who needs X, and you need to find out somebody who needs to sell Y in order to get X. So it is a very very head breaking task. All right. Whereas if we talk about currency, अगर हम currency की बात करें, and let's say coins come into the picture, अगर सिक्के आ जाते हैं, then it is very easy. Whatever you want to take, you just give them coins. Those coins can again be used by the seller to again give it to somebody else to purchase somebody else. All right. So in form of trade and commerce, okay, the currency plays a very important role. I hope this point is clear to all of you. All right. So these are some of the coins of the Satvahanas. Okay. This picture, what you see, this depicts Gautami Putra Satkarni, the great ruler about which I was just talking about. Just Mahan Raja के बारे में मैं बात कर रहा था. Here you can see one of the picture in which elephant is depicted. You can see here the trunk. All right. And here you can see the peacock. All right, which is being depicted. All right. So, what important thing in Satvahanas, what you guys must understand is they used lead and copper coins. Okay. I hope this point is clear. One more thing is after the Mauryans. Okay. After the Mauryans, the coins became prevalent. Okay. Mauryans के टाइम पे भी coins थे, मगर वो उतने prevalent नहीं थे. और जो कौटिल्य था उन्होंने अपनी किताब अर्थशास्त्र में भी मेंशन किया था कि जो राजा कॉइन्स इशू करेगा उसके अलावा लोगों को अपने खुद के कॉइन्स बनाने का अधिकार नहीं है. एनीवेज विल नॉट गेट इनटू मॉडर्न्स नाउ. What we have to understand is coins were becoming prominent post Mauryan Empire. So that means trade started to prosper in those independent kingdoms what we are looking at. Okay. The founder of the Satvahanas was Shimuka. All right. And then Krishna came, who ruled and extended the kingdom up to Nasik. Nasik is present day in Maharashtra. All right. Then Shri Satkarni came. He conquered up to western Malwa and Barar. Barar, you can say it's kind of many provinces of Hyderabad. You can include in that. And he performed Ashwamedh sacrifices. Again, you see that Brahmanism effect is present over here. All right. Now, the 17th king of Satvahanas was Hala. All right, he reigned for a period of 5 years. 5 साल तक इन्होंने राज किया. Now, why I have mentioned about Hala is because of his book Gat Saptasasi. All right, which is also known as Satasai. All right, it has around 700 verses, which is written in Prakrit language. All right, a few students were asking me this doubt. All right, let me explain this to you right now so that we will be able to move forward and then we will never come back to this point again. Okay. Now people were asking me what is the difference between Sanskrit, which we have already seen before. What are these two languages, Prakrit and Pali? Now Prakrit, the word means natural. All right. तो वो भाषाएं जो naturally present हैं in the different regions, all right, in our India, they are Prakrit. All right. Unlike Sanskrit language, which was invented, Prakrit is a normal. Like let's say there were people who used sign languages, and slowly they started speaking to each other, and then it becomes a language naturally over a period of time. That is Prakrit. जो धीरे धीरे आम भाषा में धीरे धीरे हम बोली जाने वाली भाषा हो जाए. Now Pali, if I talk about Pali, this is also kind of Prakrit. There is not much difference. The only difference is this was confined to the Magadhian region. All right, this was confined to the Magadhian region, to the Gangetic region, and this was mostly being used by the Buddhist. All right, and this has been used in their Buddhist text. All right, so that is why you will find that many Buddhist texts were written in the Pali language. This is also a natural language. This is also a natural language, unlike Sanskrit, which was invented. Obviously, this was also invented, but this came up naturally, gradually over a period of time. Nobody has to sit and then create a language. Okay, धीरे धीरे लोगों ने over a period of centuries this was made. All right, and Pali was confined to this Magadhian. Later on, it also went into different parts, and this was prominently used by Buddhists. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Let us move forward. Now, the greatest ruler, as I have already told you, of Satvahanas was Gautamiputra Satkarni. He ruled for almost 24 years. And in the Nasik inscriptions by his mother Gautami Balasri, it's mentioned about his achievements also. Now it is said that he had captured almost the whole of South India. All right, and that is why we can now say that it's a kind of empire because एक बड़ा राज्य उनके अंडर में आ गया था. All right. He also defeated the ruler of Malwa, Nagpana, which is also very important. He patronized Brahmanism, as you also know, but he was liberal towards Buddhist. All right. So though he was patronizing Brahmanism, he was fine with Buddhist monks and the other religions. So you can say he was a liberal king. Now he was succeeded by his son. All right. Vashisht Putra Pulmai. Alright. Now, why this is important is because his son he extended the rule up to the Krishna River. Okay. If you go south, you will find Krishna River, Kaveri River, all those rivers, which we have already discussed when we were talking about the geographical features. And his son is also very important because in his coins, even the navy power is being shown. The images of ships are also being inscribed. That means, in case navy also became prominent. The last great ruler of Satavahanas was Yajna Shri Satkarni. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, if I talk about the economy of the Satavahanas, alright, there was a remarkable process. Why? Because the merchants, alright, we have already understood this in the past. When the merchant class, alright, or the Vaishya class, they will organize themselves to increase their activity. This is known as guilds. Alright. Now, this guilds was being done. ये जो guilds के जो organization बनाए जाते थे, ये अलग अलग लोगों के द्वारा भी बनाए गए थे. जैसे potters ने अपना एक guild बना दिया, अपने एक group बना लिया, union बना लिया, weavers ने अपना एक बना लिया. Alright, this is how it happened. अब इनके समय में कुछ silver coins भी establish किए गए थे, which was used for trading purpose, which was known as Kashpanas. Alright. तो हम ये कह सकते हैं, we can say that the Satavahanas period.
How you doing, man? Are you on talk right now? Are you busy? Cool. Oh, no worries. I'll talk to you another time, man. You get some good rest. Excellent.
Was the greatest port on the western side, and these were the some important ports on the eastern side. All right, I hope this point is clear. Now, as I have already told you, that they have patronized both Buddhism and Brahmanism. How? Because Gautamiputra Satkarni he patronized Brahmanism, but he was liberal towards Buddhist. How? Because they have built chaityas and viharas also. Chaitya is a place for Buddhist monks where they do prayers, जहाँ पे वो प्रार्थना करते हैं. Vihara is a place where they stay. All right. In the last chapter, we have also seen a Vihara cave also, right, near Bodh Gaya. All right. I hope this point is clear. और वो they used to make grants of villages and lands to Buddhist monks. मतलब वो कई गांव और जमीनें Buddhist monks को grants में यानी कि एक as a gift they used to give them. All right. अमरावती में जो पुराने स्तूप थे, तो वशिष्ठ पुत्र पुलमाई ने उनको रिपेयर करने में भी मदद कराई थी. All right. The architecture at Nagarjun Kota is also very prominent. All right, you can Google it, you can find it. All right, but not again very very important. You do not need to go into minute details. Right, and as I have already told you that Gautamiputra Satkarni he was a true patronage of Brahmanism, and that is why the Ashmed and Rajasuya sacrifices the again becomes prominent. All right. ये जो प्राकृत लैंग्वेज है उसको भी इन्होंने पेट्रोनाइज किया था. दैट मींस दी लैंग्वेज स्पोकन बाय द कॉमन पीपल. अभी हमने ये बात समझी थी जो नेचुरली बोली जाने वाली भाषा थी. ऑलराइट. क्योंकि हालांकि जो मैंने आपको बताया था दी बुक सत्य साइट्स एन एक्सीलेंट पीस ऑफ प्राकृत लिटरेचर. ऑलराइट. आई होप दिस पॉइंट इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. Now let us understand this. Okay. Now, after the fall of the Mauryans, the northwestern region became susceptible to the foreign invasions. All right, ये खतरे से खाली जगह नहीं थी. नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न से एक एक करके फॉरेन इन्वेजन शुरू हो गए. All right. Now this is the Bactrian region. I told you it's on the northwestern side. So let us understand how this foreign invasions happened. All right. अब ये जो सीरियन एम्पायर था, okay, 3rd century BC में क्या होता है? The Bactrian and Parthians they become independent from the Syrians. Demetrius जो एक Greek ruler था of Bactria. All right. So what he did, he first invaded Afghanistan and then Punjab. All right. And then he came up to Takshila. Okay, from Takshila, he sent his 2 commanders. Who were his 2 commanders? Number 1, Apollodotus. Number 2, Menander. All right. He told his 2 commanders that you please go further down into India, भारत के अंदर और अंदर तक जाएं और capture करें. As a result, the first commander he conquered the Sindh region, and then he moved up to Ujjain. The second commander, Menander, he extended his rule up to Mathura. ऑलराइट, एंड फ्रॉम देयर ही वाज ट्राइंग टू कैप्चर पाटलिपुत्र। हमने ये बात पढ़ी थी ना कि पुष्यमित्र शुंग जो थे वो ग्रीक के अगेंस्ट लड़ रहे थे, एंड ही वाज एबल टू रीगेन द लॉस्ट टेरिटरी। And then what happened was, when Menander was again trying to enter, he was stopped by the army of Vasumitra, who was the grandson of Pushyamitra Shun. I hope this point is clear. जो Menander था, he was also known as Milinda, right? And the capital of his region was Sialkot. Sialkot is right now in Pakistan. All right. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, there's a Pali work. All right. Most of you must have heard. This is very important. Milinda Panho. All right. This is also known as Questions of Milinda, in which what happens is there's a conversation between him and a Buddhist monk Nagsena. ये सवाल जवाब का सिलसिला चलता है. All right, this is compiled in the Pali work. This what I have already told you. After that, he embraced Buddhism. All right. Now, what happens is बाद में क्या होते हैं, एक ग्रीक के एम्बेसडर होते हैं, हेलियोडोरस. All right, he becomes a Vaishnavite. Vaishnavite, that means who is a follower of Lord Vishnu. ओके, अभी हम बात करें ये बैक्ट्रियंस इन्वेजन की, जो हमारे देश में जिन्होंने आक्रमण करके अपना साम्राज्य स्टैब्लिश किया था. ऑलराइट, नाउ व्हाई दिस ग्रीक एम्बेसडर Heliodorus is important is because he erected one Garud pillar in Besnagar. Besnagar is in Vidisha, Madhya Pradesh. ऑलराइट, ये गरुड़ पिलर इन्होंने किया था. अब ये जो ग्रीक का इन्फ्लुएंस था हमारे देश में, ठीक है, ये मोर देन 100 years तक रहा था आफ्टर द डेथ ऑफ मिलेंडर ऑल्सो. सो दैट इज वाई उनके कुछ कल्चरल इम्पैक्ट भी हमको देखने के लिए जरूर मिलेंगे ग्रीक्स के. ऑलराइट, ये रहा वो पिलर, वो जो गरुड़ पिलर जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा था, हेलियोडोटस पिलर. ऑलराइट, दिस इज द रियल पिलर व्हाट यू सी, एंड दिस इज व्हाट इज एक्सपेक्टेड कि वो पहले ऐसा होगा. ऑलराइट, एंड लेटर ऑन इट वाज, ये टूट गया होगा, एंड इट लुक्स लाइक दिस. ऑलराइट, एंड one more very important thing, okay, do not get confused. The first people to issue gold coins in India were Indo-Greeks. यही जो Indo-Greeks हम पढ़ रहे हैं अभी foreign invasions के टाइम में, the Indo-Greeks were the first one to issue gold coins in India. Please do not forget this. Now some of you will say that no, Kushan rulers were the one who issued the gold coins. Understand, Indo-Greeks were the first one. Kushans के समय में it became prominent. ज्यादा coins जो थे, they became prominent during Kushan rulers. All right. Now let us continue this and let us see what happens next. बैक्ट्रियंस और पार्थियंस के बाद क्या होता है, साइथियंस और शकास जो थे उन्होंने अटैक कर लिया एंड दे कैप्चर्ड द टेरिटरीज फ्रॉम द ग्रीक रूलर्स. ऑलराइट, एंड जो शकास थे उनके फुटस्टेप पर चलते हुए, ऑलराइट, दे ऑलमोस्ट एक्सटेंडेड देयर रूल टू द नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न इंडिया. अगर मैं शकास की बात करूं तो ये दो जगह से रूल करते थे, एक तक्षशिला से, ऑलराइट, व्हिच वाज कॉल्ड एज देयर नॉर्थर्न satraps, all right, and one was the western satraps, which from and they were ruling from Maharashtra. Takshila is in northwestern region, and western strap, which they were ruling from Maharashtra. all right, ये दो जगह से ये राज करते थे. अब शकास के जो रूलर थे, जो तक्षशिला से रूल करते थे, नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन से, बाद पार्थियंस ने, ये जो पार्थियंस हैं, उन्होंने वापस उनको ओवरथ्रो कर दिया था. आई होप दिस पॉइंट इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. अब जब मैं शका की बात करूंगा, शकास की बात करूंगा, तो मैं आपको एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज बताना चाहता हूँ. हमारे देश का जो नेशनल कैलेंडर है वो शका कैलेंडर है, राइट. शक संवत, ऑलराइट, दिस इज the national calendar of our country. So how this becomes prominent, let us try to understand. First I want to tell you that this word calendar, जो हम कैलेंडर की बात करते हैं, ये रोमन वर्ड से आया है, कैलेंड्स. ऑलराइट, इसका मतलब कि एक टाइम एलोकेट करना, एक सर्टेन पीरियड को फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ सिविल लाइफ. जीवन जीने के लिए हम अलग अलग समय को एक अलग अलग टाइम फ्रेम से डिवाइड कर देंगे, सो दैट वी कैन नो अबाउट द टाइम. हमको एक वी विल नो अबाउट अ टाइम फ्रेम, इट विल बिकम फॉर अस टू अंडरस्टैंड द क्रोनोलॉजी. हम अपने भारत देश की बात करें तो हमारे यहाँ 4 प्रकार के कैलेंडर हैं: विक्रम संवत, शक संवत, हिजरी कैलेंडर और ग्रिगोरियन कैलेंडर. ये वो कैलेंडर है जिसमें हम लोग जनवरी से लेकर दिसंबर तक पढ़ते हैं. विक्रम संवत हम लोग आगे गुप्ता पीरियड के समय में समझेंगे. हिजरी कैलेंडर हम लोग आगे मेडिवियल टाइम पे पढ़ेंगे, मध्यकालीन भारत में. अभी हम देखते हैं शक संवत को जल्दी से कि वो है क्या. Now, this Shak calendar is the national calendar of India. All right. Now, this is used besides the Gregorian calendar. All right. It is also one of the national symbols of India. Remember this. अब ये कब से शुरू हुआ? अब ये जो 78 CE या कॉमन एरा है, ऑलराइट, इट इज कंसिडर्ड एज जीरो ईयर, मतलब ये इट इज स्टार्ट कंसिडर्ड एज द बिगिनिंग ऑफ द शक एरा, ऑलराइट, एंड इट वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड in the year 1957 by the government of India. अब इसको मैंने रेड में क्यों किया है कि ये शक एरा किसने शुरू की थी? Let me come to the next slides where I will talk about this, how this शक एरा came. All right, so please wait for this point. All right, इसमें भी एक साल को 12 महीने में डिवाइड किया गया है ना, similar to the structure of the Gregorian calendar. So just for your sake, let me quickly just tell you, the first month is the Chaitra and the last month is Fagun. All right. And this is the time frame for this. You guys can quickly have a look. You can pause and have a look. All right. It's not very important to remember this, but important thing is the first month is Chaitra and the last is Fagun. This much at least you guys must know. All right. अब क्या होता है, एक यूची ट्राइब थी जो सेंट्रल एशिया की थी, उनकी एक ब्रांच थी कुशान्स. All right. If वो बैक्टीरिया नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन में आते हैं and then they displaced, they defeated the Shakas. All right. And then they moved to the Kabul Valley and seized the Gandhara region. Gandhara region भी हमारा नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन का एक हिस्सा है. अब कुशान डायनेस्टी के फाउंडर थे कादफिसिस वन. ऑलराइट, बट देन वेरी मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट जो इसके रूलर थे उनके बारे में जस्ट हम नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में भी देखेंगे. इससे पहले का हम हल्का से ये समझते हैं कि उनके पहले के मतलब उनके पहले के जो राजा थे यानी कि कादफिसिस के जो बेटे थे जो इनके बाद आएंगे, विमा, ही ऑलमोस्ट कॉन्कर्ड द होल ऑफ नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन अप टू मथुरा. अब ये इंपॉर्टेंट इसलिए क्योंकि इन्होंने जो गोल्ड कॉइन्स इशू किए थे उसमें इन्होंने ऐसे टाइटल्स यूज किए थे, लॉर्ड ऑफ द होल वर्ल्ड, है ना, मतलब वो ये दिखाना चाहते थे कि मैं पूरी दुनिया का राजा हूँ. लेकिन सिर्फ सिक्कों में लिख देने से ये एस्टेब्लिश नहीं होता है. ऑलराइट, वी डू नॉट फाइंड much of the archaeological evidence that he was present in the entire world. All right, he was a devotee of Lord Shiva again, that Brahmanism. All right, so I hope this point is clear. Now the most important king of Kushans was Kanishka. All right, you can see his pics also. One of his you can say idols have been found in which he is found without head. All right, and here you can see Kanishka. All right, he also issued gold coins. He was the most important ruler of the Kushan dynasty. All right. अब कुछ लोग कहते हैं, some people say that he was the founder of Shak era from 78 AD. He defeated Shakas. All right. He defeated Shakas completely and established this. Whereas some people say that that Shalivahan, okay, the grandson of the legendary Vikramaditya, he defeated the Shakas, and this marks the end of the conquest of the Shakas. All right. So now what I want to tell you is, let's say, right, you guys have to do this research on your own. All right, because this is again a very debate. You will go to different sites, they will have a lot of debate. If I talk about Tamil Nadu book, they say that the Kanishka is the founder of the Shak era. All right. If you will go to the other places, they will say that the emperor Shalivahan, all right, he is the founder of the Shak era. All right. So again, you guys have to be very cautious. If I talk about names, you guys can mention that it's a debatable topic, and you can mention about both. If I talk about priests, I'm 100% sure they will never give you both the options. UPSC never plays such kind of games in which they do not want a question to be deleted, unlike the state PSC examinations. All right. Now, he was not just a great conqueror, वो एक महान राजा ही नहीं थे. He was very very great in terms of patronizing religion and art also. We will understand this. All right. इनके साम्राज्य में, in his rule, his empire included Afghanistan, Gandhara region, which is the northwestern Sindh, and Punjab also. All right. He conquered Magad also and extended his power up to Patliputra and Bodh Gaya. All right. Now, he even invaded Kashmir and occupied it also. All right. His coins are found in various places like Mathura, Shavasti, Kaushambi, Banaras. That means he must have conquered those places, or at least the trade must have taken place with those regions. All right. Now he also fought against Chinese. All right. अब पहले एक्सपीडिशन में क्या होता है? He was defeated by the Chinese general Pancho. All right, but he tried again. In the next time, he fights against the son of Pancho, Pan Yang, and then he defeats him. All right. So even Kashgar, Yerkand, and Khotan were also part of his empires. All right. Now in the south, his region was up to Malwa. All right. I hope this point is also clear. Now his capital was Peshawar. All right. Now, if I talk about Kanishka, his capital was not Patliputra. His capital was Peshawar, which is in Pakistan. Under his empire, Mathura was also one important city. All right. I hope this is also clear. Now, if I talk about Kanishka, all right, he embraced Buddhism. Okay. अभी इससे पहले हम क्या देख रहे थे? That Vaishnavism and Brahmanism was becoming prominent in Kanishka. Again, what we see is Buddhism. He embraced Buddhism, and again Buddhism becomes important. And what you guys will see is uh, that in his coins, इनके जो सिक्के थे, all right, he was such a liberal king that in his coins you will not only see images of Buddha but also of Greeks and Hindu gods. All right, so that means he mentioned about different gods in his coins. So that means he was liberal, he was tolerant towards other religions. All right. Now one more important thing is जो हम एक new form of Buddhism की बात करते हैं, Mahayana Buddhism. Now it came during the time of Kanishka. वो कनिष्का के समय में ही नया बुद्धिज्म आया था. इस महायान बुद्धिज्म में क्या हुआ था? आइडल वर्शिप ऑफ बुद्धिज्म स्टार्टेड हैपनिंग. जो जो पहले बुद्धिज्म में ओरिजिनल फॉर्म में था उसमें क्या होता था? दे कंसिडर्ड बुद्धा दैट ही वाज अ प्रीचर एंड people should follow his teachings. In Mahayana Buddhism, people started worshipping Buddha. Understand that they started considering Buddha as a god. Alright, क्योंकि competition भी था. You can say that जो ब्राह्मणिज्म था, यहाँ पे भी Buddhism they wanted to say that no, we also can do idol worship. Alright, see this happens. Alright, if you feel there's something wrong with, I've said something which hurts your religious sentiments, I'm really sorry. But देखिए ये था, दो धर्म चल रहे थे तो अपने अपने धर्म का प्रचार करने में दोनों लगे रहेंगे. So here also they started worshipping Buddha with flowers, garments, perfumes and lamps. All right. आपने देखा भी होगा चाइनीज में वो लैम्प्स लगाते हैं, नाइट लैम्प्स लगाते हैं. In this Buddhist culture it became very important. All right. So this became very important in Mahayana Buddhism. Now he also sent missionaries to Central Asia and China for the propagation of this new faith. So now what I can say is जब इनके समय में महायान बुद्धिज्म आ गया था तो कनिष्का actually patronized महायान बुद्धिज्म.
this for some reason. Good. I'm tired. I know. Thank you. How are you, baby? You're my friend. How are you, friend? How? You're my friend. You're my friend. No, I'm just sleeping. Oh man, I'm pretty tired right now. I'll do it maybe later. Let me sleep. Come back. Come back in like 12 hours. I love you. Dog, 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 dog. Dog, dog, dog. I love you. I love you and you're my friend. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What up, baby? Hello, how are you? Hey, do you have an invitation to my Discord? Excellent. How you doing? That's right, son. Baby. Fine, man. Look, working on this one. How about
Buddhism. All right, he built chaityas and viharas also. All right, all right, and various Buddhist scholars he respected and patronized them like Vasumitra, Ashwaghosh, Nagarjun. All right, now one very important thing is, all right, third Buddhist council अशोका के टाइम पे हुई थी. Fourth Buddhist council was convened under Kanishka. It is and it was done in Srinagar in Kashmir. All right, in which monastery? Kundalavana. All right, in Kundalavana, and Vasumitra presided over this. Around 500 monks attended this. All right, and now what important thing was here finally this triptakas and this doctrines that what will be the final shape of this new form of Mahayana. All right, it was given a final shape. All right, even the great famous physician, all right, the Charka, all right, Kanishka also patronized him. All right, उनकी भी बहुत respect थी. All right, Ashwaghosh, who was a great philosopher, poet. Okay, he wrote Buddha Charita. All right, it's happening. है ना? नागार्जुन जो थे जो साउथ इंडिया से थे, he also came up to the court of Kanishka. I hope this point is very clear to you. Now let us understand a few uh, things related to the art and culture about this post-modern period. Gandhara is in the northwestern region. Now, if you look over here, all right, now Mahayana Buddhism became prominent. So here, if you see that Buddhism, they started depicting Lord Buddha as a god. All right, you can see that the earlobes, all those things, the beauty of this art. What beautiful things what you see over here is that uh, that particularly this King Kanishka. All right, here the Buddhism. All right, it got revived. All right, so let me do one thing. All right, let me give you the table form of Gandhara art and one more art what I'm going to tell you, so it will become easy for you to understand. If you still want, you can pause this and you can watch this. All right, what the salient features, however, about Gandhara were that यहाँ पे main theme was Mahayana Buddhism. All right, evolution of a Buddha image, मतलब idol worship. All right, elaborate rituals came up. और यहाँ की जो images आपको दिखती है उसमें minute details, मतलब यहाँ की जो art है ना वो बहुत beautifully design किया गया था. All right, and various monasteries were also established. One more about art form I want to tell is this Mathura art form. All right, here you will see about Hinduism or Vaishnavism. All right, here if you look at the picture, okay, वहाँ पे that picture shows peace in Gandhara. Here it shows that they are very delighted. All right, here you will see Apsaras also. All right, so here also it is very beautifully explained. So now let us understand here the difference between these two school of arts, Gandhara school of art and Mathura school of art. Gandhara is a Buddhist visual art, whereas Mathura is basically the subject is Hinduism and Jainism. All right, यहाँ पे बुद्धिस्ट इमेजेस दिखेंगी. ऑलराइट, यहाँ पे आपको लॉर्ड विष्णु की और जैनिज्म्स की आपको यहाँ पर इमेजेस दिखाई देंगी. ऑलराइट, हियर whatever idols you will find, they will be very calm. Okay, so this is the center of attraction for Gandhara art, whereas here you will find that the idols are delighted in mood. Okay, and one of their hand is on the thigh, which shows some masculinity. ऑलराइट, थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर आपको ये डिफरेंस देखने के लिए मिलेगा. ऑलराइट, यहाँ पे आईज बड़ी बड़ी दिखाई गई हैं. ओके, ईयर लोब्स आर shorter in compared to the Mathura tradition. Or very minute details, not very important. All right, यहाँ पे जनरली ग्रे सैंडस्टोन और या फिर प्लास्टर का यूज किया गया है. यहाँ पर रेड सैंडस्टोन का यूज किया गया है इन मेकिंग दीज आइडल्स और स्कल्पचर्स. आई होप दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट. दिस इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. यहाँ पे आपको इंडियन स्टाइल और ग्रीक रोमन इन सबका एक फ्यूजन देखने के लिए मिलता है, क्योंकि ग्रीक्स दे मोस्टली हैव रूल्ड ऑन द नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न साइड. यहाँ पे हमको जो बुद्धिस्ट का आर्ट है वो हमको भरूच सांची वगैरह में देखने के लिए मिलेगा. ऑलराइट, ऑलराइट, सो दिस अगेन फाइन. सो दिस वाज अबाउट द. अब कनिष्का के बाद के जो रूलर होते हैं वो भी 150 साल तक रूल करते हैं. Kuvisha, he was the son of the Kanishka and he tried to keep the empire intact. Mathura also became a important city in his rule, and like his dad, okay, like his dad Kanishka, Kuvishka, he was also a patron of Buddhism. All right, the last Kushan ruler was Vasudev. All right, and it is said that this last ruler seems to be a worshipper of Lord Shiva. All right, now after Vasudev, now again some small regions will happen, and then they rule for some time in northwestern region, and later on we will study about Gupta period and other periods. I hope up to here you guys have understood everything about the post-modern empire. And please know that now we don't have Telegram channel. There are various reasons. You can watch the video update about Telegram channel. I have explained why we don't have this. You can connect with us on Telegram and Facebook for regular updates. All right. And if you know your friends who are preparing for UPSC or other state PSC exams or CDS exam, CAPF exam, in which general studies plays an important role, आप अपने दोस्तों को इस platform पे ला सकते हैं so that they can prepare free, and fees and this money should never become a barrier in your success. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on Ancient Indian History. Ancient Indian History के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. Just how we watch a movie, जैसे हम एक मूवी देखते हैं और उसके बीच में आता है interval. In the same way, out of the total 14 chapters, so far we have finished 7 chapters and we had a break of a week because I was not well. But now I'm fit and fine and we will continue with our chapter 8, that is Sangam Age. Now in this chapter, we are going to understand what is this Sangam? What is this time period? Why we call this as Sangam? We will also look at the various kingdoms under Chela, Chola and Pandya. Chera, Pandya and Chola. Chera is right now the present day Kerala. Pandya is right now the current day Tamil Nadu. And Chola is above Pandya. A part of Andhra Pradesh is also a part of it. All right. One very, very important thing is that once you guys have understood this chapter, in the video itself, I will ask a few questions. इसी वीडियो में concepts को समझने के बाद मैं आपसे कुछ सवाल पूछूंगा. Now I request you guys, let's see if I have asked the MCQ questions and let's see if I have asked a mains question. आप एक notebook में उसका आंसर लिख लें and then type the same answer in the comment box. If more than 100 students will write their answers, irrespective of whether it is right or wrong, I will tell what is the right answer, or you can say what is a model answer for that means answer in the next video. Also, please don't worry if you do not know how to write answers. Still, I expect you to attempt the question. Why? Because anyways, on 30th of August, I will upload a video on how to write answers for UPSC means. I hope this is clear to all of you. Let us begin this chapter. All right. Now, generally, we are studying from Tamil Nadu textbook, in which I am also adding a few relevant points from R.S. Sharma and from NCERT from time to time. Now, अगर आप इस तमिलनाडु की बुक को देखें, if you go and open this Tamil Nadu book, now this book is basically for their state. So obviously, when we will study about South India, you will find a lot of facts in that. अब ये किताब अगर साउथ इंडिया में छपी है तो ऑब्वियसली उसमें साउथ इंडिया से रिलेटेड आपको स्पेसिफिकली इस चैप्टर में बहुत फैक्ट्स मिलेंगे. Some of them are important for our exams, whereas some of them can be ignored. So what I have done is I have tried to restructure this chapter, all right, so that it becomes easy for you to understand. मैंने तमिलनाडु बुक के चैप्टर 8 संगम एज को पढ़ने के बाद उसको सिंप्लीफाइड लैंग्वेज में आपके लिए एक्सप्लेन करने वाला हूं. मैंने प्रेजेंट किया है उसको सिंपली. व्हाई? Because at the end of the day, if you do not understand, it is as good as nothing. All right. So let us understand about this Sangam age. Now, the period between 3rd century BC and 3rd century AD in South India, all right, is referred as the Sangam period. Okay. So this point is clear that around from 300 BC to 300 AD, this time frame is for the Sangam age. Okay. And when we were studying about the Mauryan Empire, when we were talking about the Ashoka period, the Ashokan Empire, उस समय भी हमने पढ़ा था कि चोला, चेरा और पंड्या ये साउथ में रूल करते थे. तो हम उन्हीं डायनेस्टीज के बारे में, उन्हीं साम्राज्य के बारे में समझने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. वी आर ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड अबाउट दोज किंगडम्स. नाउ if I talk about this word sangam, sangam means union, when many people meet together. You can say a gathering, a public gathering. In Hindi we say sangam means milan, matlab milna. But who is meeting in this sangam period? Actually Tamil poets are meeting in this sangam period. Okay, so Tamil poets will meet. But then, who is calling these Tamil poets? Who is organizing such kind of events? It was conducted under Pandya kings. Now, I have already told you about Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas. Pandyas means who ruled in Tamil Nadu. Cheras, who ruled in Kerala. Cholas, who ruled to the north of Tamil Nadu. That is, you can say, Andhra region. Okay. So these Pandya kings had organized such Sangam academies. Now, what you guys have to understand here is, now these literary works. So obviously, when poets will come over there, they will write something. Okay, and when they will write, they must have used a language. So these literary works, what were written, their earliest specimen, they are the earliest specimen of Dravidian literature. This is an important point. At the same time, if we go as per these Tamil legends, there were three sangams. यानी कि ऐसी तीन गैदरिंग्स हुई थी, तीन संगम आयोजित किए गए थे. The Academy of Tamil Poets, in which 3 times the king have organized such things, in which once it happened, second time it happened, and for the third time it happened, in which the Tamil poets were called and such gathering happened. Now, if I talk about these three sangams, if in the South India, this is popularly known as Muchangam. Okay. Now, please forgive me if my pronunciation for these words are not appropriate, because when I was studying, I found these words little tricky. Okay, so if there are students from South India also, if I make a mistake in the pronunciation, you guys can feel free to correct me. Okay, there's no harm. Everybody keeps learning from one or the other people. But if you will open the Tamil Nadu book, remember guys, you will find this chapter very difficult. Now, one entire day I have spent just to simplify this for you, and I'm sure you guys will find this chapter easy. And so far also you have found it not very difficult. As I told you, there were three sangams. This is the first one, this is the second one, and this is the third one. Now, in the संगम, पहले संगम में कोई भी written record बचा ही नहीं है अभी हमारे पास. There's no literary work of this sangam available. All of them have been either washed away, drained away, or whatever you can say. As per their belief, as per the belief of those times, it is believed that this first sangam was held at Madurai, and it was attended by gods and legendary sages. Now, from a scientific perspective, some of you might not be believing in God, some of you might be believing in God. Okay, so we will not get into this debate. What we have to understand is, as per their belief, the first sangam was held in Madurai and was attended by gods and legendary sages. There's no written record available for this. The chairman of this sangam, now you will say, if there's no written record, how I know about this? Because verbally also there are many things which gets transferred from one generation to the other. So Agutyar was the chairman of the first sangam. He is regarded as the father of Tamil literature. Agutyar को तमिल लिटरेचर का पिता भी कहा जाता है. Now the second sangam, it was held at Kapadapuram. Now here also there were many literary works, out of which only one has survived and remaining is lost. जो सेकंड संगम हुआ था कपडापुरम में, उसमें से सिर्फ एक ही लिटरेरी वर्क हमारे पास बचा है. तो यानी कि अगर हम सारे संगम पहले, दूसरे, तीसरे को उठाएं, उसमें से अगर हम सारे ये लिटरेरी वर्क की बात करें, तो सबसे पुराना लिटरेरी वर्क तो हमारे पास टोलकापियम होगा। क्यों? क्योंकि फर्स्ट संगम का तो कोई रिकॉर्ड हमारे पास है ही नहीं. We do not have any record from first Sangam, and hence, if anybody asks you what is the first known literary work, so then obviously it comes from second Sangam, and the name of it will be Tolpakiyam, Tolapium, Tolkapium. I'm sorry for that. And this was written by Tolkapiyar. Now, Tolkapiyar is regarded as the father of Tamil grammar. Okay, don't get confused. Agutiyar was regarded as the father of Tamil literature. Tolkapiyar is regarded as the father of Tamil grammar. Now, if I talk about the second Sangam, अगर मैं दूसरे संगम की बात करूं, first Agatarya or Agutiyar was the chairman of it, and later Tolkapiyar was made the chairman. Okay, I hope this point is clear. The third Sangam was held at Madurai. First Sangam was held at Madurai, and the third was held at Madurai. Now, from this Sangam, now see, in the second Sangam, Tolkapiam survived. From the first Sangam, none of the literature works survived. Whereas from the third Sangam, there are various literature which have survived, which has helped us a lot to reconstruct the history. जिसने हमारी मदद की है उस समय के बारे में ज्यादा जानने की. Now, the most important literary work from the third Sangam is Tirukurural, or also known as Kural, or also known as Muppal. Now, this is a book which was written in third Sangam. This is a series of books. One part is Kural, or one part you can say is Tirukural. I will try to read this also. Again, it's a big tongue twister for me. Patinen Kila Kanakku. Okay, so this is an important literary work here. अब ये जो तिरुकुरल कुरल की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, कुरल की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, this was written by Tiruvalluvar. This is very important. Tirukural was written by Tiruvalluvar, और इस किताब को, this book is known as the Bible of Tamil Nadu. So now we have read about these three things, that Agutiyar was known as father of Tamil literature, and Tolpakiyam was written by Tolkapiyar, who is known as the father of Tamil grammar, and Tiruvalluvar has written Tirukural, and this book is known as the Bible of Tamil Nadu. अब ये जो तीसरा संगम था, this third Sangam, the chairman of it was Nakirar. There are other important works also in this third Sangam, Itutugai, Pattu Pattu. So let us try to look little deeper into this Sangam literature. However, I will tell you what is important for you to remember and what are the facts that you don't have to remember. This page is important. See, out of all the literatures, if you ignore the second page also, this first page becomes very, very important. Okay. Now, as I told you, the Sangam literature has various books, or you can say the series of books written under them, and there were two epics also. ये जो तोल कपियम है, this तोल कपियम, this was written during second Sangam. Other books what you see over here, these were written during the third Sangam. Now, one more very important thing. ये जो मैंने अभी आपको तीसरी बुक का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट कुरल या तिरुकुरल दिखाया, दिस इज अ पार्ट ऑफ पतिनेन किला कन्नु कलानक्कू. ओके, सो जो मैंने वो इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट दिखाया, दैट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस, एंड दिस वाज रिटन ड्यूरिंग द थर्ड संगम. Okay, if you are finding this chapter difficult, you guys can obviously go and read, or you can watch this video again. But believe me guys, you guys can go and read anywhere, but I can assure you at least about this chapter, ये chapter इससे सरल तरीके से आपको कोई नहीं समझाएगा. Nobody will explain you this chapter in a easier language than what I am trying to do. ये तो हमने पहले ही देख लिया. Tolkapiam was authored by Tolkapiyar during the second Sangam, and this is the earliest of the Tamil literature. Why? Because we have no records from the first Sangam. Now, this is a work on Tamil grammar, but it also gives us some information about political and social economic life of the people living in that era. Now, here, Pitutu Gai, this has basically 8 works. You don't have to remember the names of this. Only this name is fine. Or at max, you can remember that it consists of 8 important works. Patu Patu, again, this has 10 works. This also you guys don't have to remember unless you are preparing for Tamil Nadu school examinations, in which obviously it is a part of your school syllabus, so they will ask you, not important from UPSC's point of view. And then again here, Pathinane Kilkanakku, which I told here, which was written down during the third council or the third Sangam. Now here also there are 18 works, out of which Tirukural, which I have already told you, which was written by Tiruvalluvar, is very, very important. Okay, this point becomes important. इसी third Sangam में, in this third Sangam, there are 2 epics, Silapatthikaram and Mani Megalai. These 2 are important. This one is written by Ilango. Mani Megalai is written by Sittalai. Okay. This also tells about their society and polity. Now there are some other sources also through which we come to know about this Sangam age. What are these sources? Now the Greek authors like Megasthenes, Strabo, Pliny, Ptolemy, isme this P is silent. One student has suggested me to work on the vocabulary and pronunciation. So here I'm trying my level best. Okay. So in they have also mentioned that there was commercial trade contacts between West and South India. Okay. Now even in the Ashokan inscription also it is mentioned that to the south of the Mauryan Empire they ruled Cheras, Cholas and Pandyas. Okay. आपको इन तीनों के बारे में मैंने अभी बताया था. Okay. And even in Kalinga, in Hathigumpa inscription of Karavela, there is mention about these Tamil kingdoms. Before I start teaching you about Chera, Chola and Pandyas individually, अगली स्लाइड से मैं इनके बारे में आपको अलग अलग करके थोड़ा थोड़ा समझाऊंगा. प्लीज रिमेंबर जो संगम एज है उसके जो मुख्य रूप से लिटरेरी सोर्सेज हैं, दैट इज jotted down or written down by Tamil poets. The main literary or literature sources of the Sangam age is written down by Tamil poets, and obviously they will rarely write anything against the king. It was done under the patronage of the Pandya king, so they will rarely write something against the king. So if I have to tell you something about the political life, I have to tell you something about the economy, I have to tell you something about the social life. So you should not take these things in absolute terms. यानी कि इस समय में जो भी पॉलिटिकल, इकोनॉमिक और सोशल लाइफ के बारे में हम पढ़ेंगे वो सब कुछ सच नहीं होगी. पॉलिटिकल लाइफ के बारे में ज्यादा पता नहीं चलता है हमको इनके लिटरेचर से, मगर इकोनॉमिकल और सोशल लाइफ के बारे में हमको पता चलता है. Again, I am repeating this. This is very, very important. These literary sources do not emphasize much on the political life, though we come to know about the political life from various resources, but it emphasizes more on the economy and the social life. I hope this point is clear. Okay. Now, one by one, let us have a look at these 3 kingdoms. So first, let's have a look at the Cheras. So this bow and arrow, this was their symbol. These are some of the coins in which you can find this bow and arrow. Okay. Now this was ruled in the modern day Kerala. Vanji was the capital of Cheras, and Musiri and Tondi were the important seaports of this period. Emblem of Chera is bow and arrow. This we have already seen. Now the 1st century inscription, I hope you all know what is inscription. I have already explained this in the previous videos. Pugalur inscription जो 1st century में थे, it refers to the 3 generations of the Chera kings. Now if I have to talk about the most important चेरा किंग, अगर मुझे चेरा किंग के सबसे महत्वपूर्ण राजा के बारे में बात करनी है, always remember this is very very important. Sengoku I of second century this common era CE was the most prominent ruler of the Chera dynasty. Remember this. Now the military achievements of Sengoku I, it is also recorded in an epic Silapathikaram, which we have just seen in the previous slides, जिसमें ये बताया गया है how he had vanished or defeated many rulers from northern India and had done expeditions in the Himalayan region. इस किताब में, इस एपिक में इनके मिलिट्री अचीवमेंट्स के बारे में भी लिखा है और ये भी बताया है इन्होंने कैसे अनेक नॉर्थ यानी कि उत्तरी राजाओं को हराया और हिमालय में इन्होंने कई एक्सपीडिशंस भी की, है ना, कई कई यात्राएं भी करवाई. Sengoku I, now this is very very important. Sengoku I, he introduced the worship of Kanangi as the idol wife. He was the first to send an ambassador to China from South India. South India से चीन में ambassador भेजने वाले ये पहले इंसान थे. Now, what is this worship of Kanangi? Okay, don't worry. In the later slide, we will come to know about this, and I will explain you what is the story behind this. तो इन्होंने इनको एक देवी का दर्जा दिया कनंगी को और इनकी पूजा शुरू करवाई. किसने? सेनगुप्त ने. ये बात आपको याद रखनी है. Okay, so now let us study about the Cholas. Now this tiger, this is the symbol of the Cholas. Now if we talk about the Cholas, अगर हम Cholas के बारे में बात करें, they are in the southern Andhra Pradesh. All right, so in the southern Andhra Pradesh to the north of the Tamil Nadu. And initially the capital of Cholas was Urayu. Later on it was shifted to Puhar, जिसको आज हम पुहार भी कहते हैं. Now this is very very important. King Karikala जो थे, इनके बहुत prominent king थे चोला डायनेस्टी के. इनका सिंबल टाइगर था, इंसिग्निया. दिस आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू. अगर हम पतिनापलाई की बात करें, ये जो लिखी गई थी कदी आलूर के द्वारा, इसमें इनके जीवन के बारे में और इनके मिलिट्री अचीवमेंट्स के बारे में भी लिखा हुआ है. वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मेंशन इन दी संगम पोएट इज अबाउट द बैटल ऑफ वेनी. ये जो बैटल ऑफ वेनी था, इसमें इन्होंने अकेले पूरे के पूरे अलायंस यानी पूरे के पूरे लोग अलग हो गए, चेरास, पांड्यास और 11 छोटे छोटे चीफ्टेरियंस, इन सभी को अकेले हराया था. सो दिस इज अ वेरी बिग अचीवमेंट एंड दिस बिकम्स इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस टू रिमेंबर ऑल्सो. नाउ वहाई परंदलाई, ये एक इंपॉर्टेंट बैटल था जो इन्होंने करिकला ने लड़ा था. ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स इनके समय में बहुत अच्छा था और कावेरी नदी के पास इन्होंने इरिगेशन टैंक्स भी बनवाए थे ताकि जो है पानी जो है वो कलेक्ट किया जा सके. ऑलराइट, जो भी फार्मिंग वगैरह होती थी वहां पर उस एग्रीकल्चर के लिए किसी भी प्रकार से वाटर शुड नॉट बी इन स्कैरसिटी एंड हेंस he had helped in the construction of the irrigation tanks. I hope this is clear to all of you. Now let us talk about the Pandyas. As you can see here, their symbol is fish. Now, if I have told that their symbol is fish, but it is written over here that their emblem was carp. Yes, because carp is a variety of fish. Okay, it's a type of fish. Now, this Pandyas region, this is present in the modern day Tamil Nadu. And Madurai was the capital of Pandyas. Now, if you remember, अगर हम वो संगम एज की जो पूरे हम इस पूरे संगम एज की बात कर रहे हैं, इसके फर्स्ट संगम और थर्ड संगम, both of these, first Sangam and third Sangam, were held at Madurai, and this was the capital of Pandyas. And under Pandyas was these three Sangams organized under the Pandya kings. I hope this is clear to all of you. Now, King Nedun Chelian, he is a very important king of this time, and he was also known by this name. All right, Aryapadai. Now, according to mythology, what happened was now comes the story of Kanagi, जो मैंने आपको बोला था कि मैं आगे बताऊंगा. जो कोवलन थे, ये anklet बेचते थे. He used to sell anklet, okay, which ladies wear on their ankles. Okay. Now what happened? Now he was assumed to be a thief. उनको चोर समझा गया था और राजा ने उनका सर अलग करवा दिया था. the king had ordered his head to be removed from his body. That means his death sentence was given to him because it was thought that he is a thief and he had stolen the anklet of queen. Later on, when Kovalen's wife Kanagi came to know about this, जब उनको इस बारे में पता चला, she came running to the court of the king and then she proved that the anklet which was with Kovalan had rubies, उसमें rubies थे, whereas the anklet which was with queen, जो queen के पास था, it had pearls, and hence she proved that he was innocent. And she was very furious, she was very angry that she cursed the entire Madurai to be destroyed. Okay, and later on, she was worshipped to be the ideal wife. That she is the best, she was the best wife, and she was worshipped. Okay, now in this book, Madurai Kananji, which was written by Manguri, here the social economic condition is also mentioned about the Pandyas, in which it is mentioned about the seaport of Kokrai. Now, this is an important fact. I hope up till here things are clear. If it is not, I request you guys to watch the video at least twice. Now, मैंने आप लोगों को ये बात बताई थी कि पॉलिटिकल लाइफ जो अभी हम लोग देख रहे थे और ये जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लाइफ, यू कैन रीड दिस, यू शुड नो दिस, ऑब्वियसली यू शुड नो दिस, बट this Sangam literature do not emphasize on the political and administrative setup. Okay, the mostly what it deals with is the social and economic life. You guys have to remember this. You guys will come to know why I am saying this. ठीक है? इस संगम पीरियड के दौरान monarchy थी. That means the king's son will become the ruler after his death. This we have already seen, that tiger was the emblem for Cholas, this carp or the fish was for Pandyas, and bow and arrow was for Cheras. Now the king was assisted by various officers. राजा के अनेक ऑफिसर्स होते थे. अमाइचर मिनिस्टर्स को बोलते थे, जो आज हम लोग देखते हैं होम मिनिस्टर, डिफेंस मिनिस्टर. अंथानर जो थे वो प्रीस्ट थे. Thuthar were envoys, which is present day you can say the Indian Indian Foreign Service officers who are working as high ambassadors, and the military commanders were known as Senapatis, and spies were known as Urar. Okay, this is very easy. Hope this point is clear. The administration was very efficient, and they had a regular army under each ruler. Let's say in this kingdom, if they have 2 to 3 rulers also, with their different provinces, which was under the main king, under the main monarch. Now remember, they had a regular army. It was also important. क्यों? क्योंकि चोलास अपनी आर्मी रखते थे, चेरास अपनी आर्मी रखते थे, पांड्यास अपनी एक आर्मी रखते थे, because obviously all three of them were a competition to each other. I hope this point is clear to all of you. अब स्टेट की अगर मैं मेन इनकम की बात करूं तो रेवेन्यू, the revenue which was generated from the land, whereas custom duty was also implied. Custom duty क्या होती है? जब विदेश से, when from the foreign some goods come into the India, then a custom duty is levied. Okay, it happens when the trading happens with the foreign nations. All right. Now, one more important thing was the roads and highways were also maintained and they were guarded. Why? To prevent robbery and smuggling. I hope this point is clear. Now let us come to the important part, which is the Sangam society. According to Tolpakyam, we have already seen this literary source. Now there are 5 divisions of the land. Zameen 5 तरीके की होती थी. कुरिंजी यानी पहाड़ी इलाका, the hilly tracts. Mulai pastoral, where these pastoral people will take their pastures, चरवाहे के लिए ले जाते थे. Marudam, which was an agricultural land. Naidal, which was coastal area. All right, and Palai, which was the desert area. According to them, these were the terms which were used for these kind of lands. Now, according to Tolpakyam, they also refer to 4 castes: Arasar, Anthanar, Vanigar, and Vilalu. All right, I hope this is clear to all. It's very simple. Now, important tribes from the Sangam society, the names are written over here: Thodas, Nagas, Vedas. You guys can read this. Okay. Now, what was the status of women during this time? महिलाओं की क्या स्थिति होती थी संगम के समय में? Now, you must understand that women were respected in that time and they were allowed to pursue their intellectual career. let's say they wanted to become writers, poets, they were allowed to do that. Even they were allowed to choose their life partners. That means love marriage was also prominent in that time. Okay, but the life of widows was miserable. Let's say if a lady loses her husband, okay, अगर उनके husband की death हो जाती थी तब उनकी life miserable हो जाती है. These are some of the examples of women poets also written over here. Avayar, Nachechelier, Kakai, Pandinier, all right, which have contributed a lot to the Tamil literature. Now, there is also mention about sati, but this was relevant in the higher strata of society. मतलब जो अमीर लोग थे या हाई सोसाइटी के लोग थे, उसमें सती system was prevalent. This also implies that that the high society people, they had the men, they had the feeling of insecurity. They do not wanted their wife to go and marry somebody else after their death, and that is why sati was relevant in their sections of the society. I hope this point is clear. Let us talk about the religion also. Now, मुरुगन जो हमने शुरुआत में एक देखा था कि वो तीन संगम्स को इस शब्द से हम लोग रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे थे. दिस इज टर्म्ड एज अ तमिल गॉड. नाउ दिस हैज ओरिजिन इन एंशियंट टाइम. मतलब इनकी जो पूजा थी वो काफी समय से चल रही थी और इनसे रिलेटेड कई फेस्टिवल्स भी मनाए जाते हैं जिसके बारे में संगम लिटरेचर में दिया हुआ है. इन दी संगम लिटरेचर इट इज मेंशन्ड अबाउट द फेस्टिवल्स एसोसिएटेड विद मुरुगन. One more thing. Now, there were other gods also which were worshipped, such as Mayon, Vindan, Varunan, and Koravai. This also becomes important. One more very important thing over here was ये जो हीरो स्टोन या नदुकाल की जो वर्शिप है ये संगम पीरियड में सिग्निफिकेंट हो गई थी. और ये जो वर्शिप है हीरो स्टोन या नदुकल, ये इस बात को भी सिंप्लीफाई करता है, ये उन योद्धाओं को भी याद कराने की कोशिश करता है जो जिन्होंने वीरता के साथ युद्ध लड़े थे. That means in those times, those people who have shown immense bravery, who have fought furiously and bravely in the battle, this hero stone and Nadukal worship, this also signifies. That means they have paid patronage to those also who were very courageous fighting for the war. उनको भी उनकी भी पूजा करके उनको भगवान का दर्जा दिया गया. All right, hope this point is clear. If I talk about the economy of the Sangam age, remember Sangam age is 300 BC to 300 AD. अगर हम इस समय की बात कर रहे हैं, this time agriculture was the chief occupation in which rice was the most common crop. Handicrafts such as weaving, metalwork, carpentry, these were also important works. All right. Now, internal as well as external trade was prominent and it was at its peak during the Sangam period in the South India. Now, spinning and weaving of cotton and silk clothes, this was also done. It is because there was a lot of demand for these cotton clothes, which were made at Urayur, which were woven at Urayur in the Western world. All right. So you guys have to remember this important point. अब ये जो पोर्ट सिटी पोहार था जो हमने ये पहले भी देखा था, ये एक इम्पोर्टेंट पोर्ट था फॉरेन ट्रेड के लिए, क्योंकि ये नेचुरली एक ऐसा पोर्ट था जहाँ पे बड़े बड़े शिप्स बहुत इजीली एंटर हो जाते थे. एंड फ्रॉम हियर द ट्रेड वाज प्रॉस्परस. देयर वर अदर पोर्ट्स आल्सो through which commercial activities were taking place, such as Tondi, Musiri, Korkai, Arikmedu, Markanam. All right. और रोमन एम्परर जो ऑगस्टस थे, नेहरू, ये जो थे, इनके गोल्ड और सिल्वर के कॉइन्स जो है तमिलनाडु के आपको हर पार्ट्स में मिलेंगे. यानी कि फॉरेन ये रोमन के साथ ट्रेड बहुत अच्छा चल रहा था. नाउ अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस कॉटन एक्सपोर्ट्स, देयर वर अदर थिंग्स आल्सो व्हिच वर एक्सपोर्टेड. और ये जो एक्सपोर्ट है ये हमको ब्रिटिश टाइम तक भी देखने के लिए मिलता है. पेपर, कैर्डमोम, सिनामोम, कैर्डमोम ये इलायची है ना, ये सब मसाले, टर्मरिक, along with the ivory products. You all know that in Kerala, all right, it is we have a biosphere reserve. There are various elephant places very prominent over there. Various ivory products, pearls which were collected, precious stones from the coastal areas were also exported. अब कई चीजें इंपोर्ट भी की जाती थी जैसे horses, gold, sweet wines. These were the things which were imported. I hope this is clear to all of you. अब ये जो संगम पीरियड था धीरे धीरे 3rd सेंचुरी एडी के बाद ये डिक्लाइन होने लगा. हाउ, कैसे? काल भरस जो था वो धीरे धीरे पोस्ट संगम पीरियड के बाद उसने यहाँ पर अटैक करना शुरू कर दिया. in the South India, and hence slowly this Sangam age declined. And this is mentioned as a dark age by the Tamil poets. Tamil poet mentioned that once Kal Bharat started attacking the South India, this period was referred to as the dark age. Okay, I hope this point is clear. And now let us solve a few MCQ questions. I will put two MCQ questions and one mains questions. Okay, what I request you guys to do is you guys can write these answers, okay, in your notebook, and after that come to the comment section below the video, write your name, and then you can write these answers. How this will help is, now all of you will be able to read each other's answer. It will help you guys to improve. I do not want anybody to make fun of anybody's answer. I will simply remove them from our UPSC Digital Library platform. We expect only absolute serious aspirants who are preparing for examination. If you guys have come here to make fun, to do such kind of things, please go and join some academies. All right, I hope this is clear to all of you. Let us start with the question. And if more than 100 students will give the answer, I will explain the mains answer. I will give a model answer in the next video. Okay. Now, this is the question which you have to answer in around 200 words. This question has been asked already in UPSC 2013 mains, though not very useful from the point of view of a connected political history of South India. The Sangam literature portrays the social and economic conditions of its time with remarkable vividness. Comment. Very beautiful question, very interesting question. We have already studied this. 10 marks, 200 words. Let's say, if you want, you can go back, again watch the video once more, revise it, come back here, solve this. All right? Hope this point is clear. Now, let us solve the first MCQ question. Okay, anyways, I will tell the answer of the MCQ in the video itself. So you guys just have to write the mains answer in the comment section. Hope this point is clear. Which among the following started the Kanangi worship? ये हमने कनंगी के बारे में पढ़ा था कि इनकी पूजा हुई थी क्यों? क्योंकि इन्होंने अपने हस्बैंड के लिए कर्ज कर दिया था राजा को, and then the मदुराई that that declined. मदुराई का जो साम्राज्य था वो गिरने लग गया था इनके कर्ज के कारण. So who started this Kanangi worship? Option A, Udayan Jeral, Adigaiman, Senguttuvan, none of the above. You can pause the video, think of the answer, and then you can play it. All right. So the answer is Senguttuvan. If you have any doubt, you can go back and revise the video. This is the second question. Match the following dynasty with their royal insignia. Chera fish, Chola tiger, Pandya bow. It's written whether A is 1, 2, 3, B is 1, 2, 3, or C is 1, 2, 3. A 3 को correspond करता है, 1 को करता है, 2 को करता है. In the same way, you guys have to match this. All right, and you have to tell which is the right answer. You can pause this video and then resume it. All right, so the right answer is 3 to 1. That means the symbol of Chera is bow, for Chola it is tiger, and for Pandya it is fish. I hope this point is clear to all of you. And now we don't have even Facebook. I have already told this in the previous videos. मैंने पिछले videos में बताया था. Now we have only Instagram. We don't have Telegram. Don't ask for this thing. I request all of you to share about our platform to maximum people so that we can help. Also, please do comment and like this video so that our SEO search engine optimization ranking will improve. ताकि हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग जब हम ancient history के बारे में सर्च करें, हमारे videos उनके सामने आए, and hence we will be able to help maximum aspirants. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on Ancient Indian History. Ancient Indian History के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. So far we have studied up to chapter 8. पिछले chapter में हम लोगों ने संगम age के बारे में पढ़ा था. In this chapter we are going to study about the Gupta Empire. This is a very interesting and very important chapter from the exams point of view. So without wasting much time, let's get started. One very important thing. Now in the previous video, I have requested that please write your mains answer in the comment section. Now I know many of you might have not watched the video yet. or maybe there might be a few students who might have been little scared or skeptical about writing the answer. That is absolutely fine. So by the time I'm making this video, this is the list of students in the serial order who have written down their answers. So I would like to congratulate all of them. I really appreciate the hard work that you guys are putting. Sneha was the first lady to write down the answer in the morning. So for approximately from 9 a.m. up to let's say 8:55 p.m. or let's say 9 p.m. I have read the answers jotted down by you guys, and this is the list made. So Sneha, Shravan, Anshuman, Pavitra, Seema, Jamal, Sohail, Akhila, Srinivas, Harshvardhan, Pratish, Anju, Shubhangi, Parvati, Ashwini, Shivam, Krishnalal, Swapna, Nancy, Rebecca Murthy, Gopika, Mansa. Very well done. I really appreciate. And this is what I expect. So don't worry about the answer to the question that was asked in the previous video. Once more than 100 students will write down their answers, what I will do, I will come back to this video in the comment section. The topmost comment you guys can find out with my model answer. One more very important thing is that you guys, I will anyways be making a separate video on how to write answers. मैं एक अलग वीडियो बनाऊंगा जिसमें मैं ये एक्सप्लेन करूंगा कि आंसर्स कैसे लिखने हैं. But you guys must understand that the question was to comment. There was a statement written and then you were supposed to comment on it. There's a difference between comment. There's a difference between comment and discuss. There's a difference when I say analyze. All right. So all these terms, what you say, analyze, critically analyze, elucidate, discuss, comment, all these different terminologies expect us to write an answer in a different way. मतलब जब ये अलग अलग terms आती हैं, then the demand of the question becomes different. मतलब हर इन क्वेश्चन में, in a specific question, if comment gets added, or let's say if discussion gets added, or let's say critically analyzed gets added, then the context of the question completely changes. So don't worry, when I will explain that how to write answers, I will explain this one by one. But very well done. Keep writing the answers. In this video also, I'm going to ask a question related to mains and I'm going to put two questions related to preliminary examination. So let's get started. Now, I have already told you guys that whenever we are studying history, don't try to mug it up. Obviously, you have to remember a few facts, but then you have to try to remember the entire this history as a chronology and story. Now, if you guys remember, I told you that two times in the history of India, हमारे भारतवर्ष में दो बार ऐसा होगा, two times, that we will attain a sort of political unity. All right. Once it happened during the Mauryan time, and I told you that for the second time it will happen during the Gupta period. Once it happened during the Mauryan time, and second time it will happen during the Gupta period. And hence now we will study about the Gupta period, the Gupta Empire in this chapter. You can see the vast empire made by the Gupta. Now let us go back to the past. We studied about the Mauryans. We know that from the Ashoka time, he embraced Buddhism and then he was not much focused into his army. And his successors, who were ruling on the eastern and the western side, they were also not very efficient. And hence, if you guys remember, we talked about Pushyamitra Shung, who was also the founder of the Shung dynasty. He took over the Mauryan Empire. And after that, once this dynasty was ended, then the Kanwa dynasty started. All right. And I told you that we do not know much about the Kanwa dynasty. And after Shung dynasty, after some time, we will study about the Gupta period. If you guys remember the previous videos. So let's start about the Gupta Empire now. Now there are various resources, plenty of evidences through which we can come to know about this Gupta period, through the literary sources, through the books also, through epigraphical resources also. Epigraphical means, I have already discussed this in the previous video, let's say inscriptions, which are embedded on stones or on pillars, all right, and through various numismatic sources also. Now for those of you who do not know what is numismatic, this means study about coins. So during the Gupta period, we will see tremendous amount of coins. बहुत सिक्के बनाए जाएंगे पर्याप्त मात्रा में गुप्ता पीरियड में. And from that also we will come to know about the history of the Gupta period. And we also come to know through the Purans which were written down during the Gupta period. Now there are some other literary works also. Apart from that, there was a Chinese traveler, Fahim, who also visited India during the reign of Chandragupta II. Who is this Chandragupta II? Don't worry, we will talk about him. Now he also had put up his valuable comments on the social life, economic life, and the religious conditions of the Gupta period. We will study about Fahim also. All right, so let's continue. Now, apart from these literary sources, now the epigraphical sources which I was just talking, this epigraphical sources के बारे में बात कर रहा था, जैसे कि inscriptions. Now, two very important inscriptions are there. One is Mehrauli iron pillar, and the other one is Allahabad pillar. All right, the Mehrauli iron pillar. This tells about the achievements of Chandragupta II. All right, in the Tamil Nadu book, it is mentioned Chandragupta I. That is wrong. You have to correct it. Go to your book and you guys can correct it. The right statement is it shows the achievement of Chandragupta II. Now, if I talk about the Allahabad pillar inscription, okay, this Mehrauli iron pillar, this is in Delhi, and this is about Allahabad pillar inscription. I have already shown you this pillar when we were talking about the Ashoka region, Ashoka reigns. जब हम अशोका के बारे में पढ़ रहे थे तब हम इसके बारे में एक बार देख चुके हैं. Now this Ashoka pillar, though this was established and erected by Ashoka, ये अशोका पिलर ये अशोका के द्वारा खड़ा करवाया गया था, मगर फिर भी दिस इज एन इम्पोर्टेंट सोर्स फॉर द रेन ऑफ समुद्रगुप्ता. ये हमको समुद्रगुप्ता के बारे में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन देता है. तो इस पिलर में हमको अशोका के बारे में भी पता चलेगा, समुद्रगुप्ता के बारे में भी पता चलेगा. लेकिन आप याद रखना, predominantly this is important for knowing about Samudragupta. For knowing about Ashoka, we have other important evidences as well. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Apart from these achievements, whatever we see on these pillars, the coins have also played a very important role, because on the coins there are mentions about various legends and figures through which we come to know that what was the status of the kings at those times, and moreover the various titles used by the kings at that time, the sacrifices performed by them are also mentioned in the coins. All right, let's continue. Now this is that Mehrauli pillar which is in Delhi, about which I was talking. The best part about this pillar is that though this has survived for thousands of years, the best part is this has not rusted even in the presence of sun and the rain. This has not rusted even till now. This shows the magnificent work done by the people of those times. Now this is about the Allahabad pillar. Now this is what I was trying to tell you, that even though you will find about the Ashokan inscriptions also, the important part of this Allahabad pillar is about the achievements of Samudragupta. This is very, very important. Remember this, guys. All right. Now let us understand this story, this chronology about this Gupta Empire. Now, Chandragupta I was a very important ruler of this dynasty. But remember one thing, that he was not the founder. Who was the founder of Gupta Empire? Shri Gupta. And then his son was Ghatotkacha. Now they were known as Maharajas, but there not much details are mentioned about them to study. All right. So the next ruler was Chandragupta I, and through him we come to know a lot about the Gupta Empire. Now he had done a lot of conquest, means he had done a lot of fights and wars also, but he had also strengthened his position through matrimonial alliance. मतलब विवाह करके भी, जैसे हम लोगों ने मॉडर्न एम्पायर्स में देखा था, वैसे ही यहाँ पर भी he also married and then he tried to make alliance. He had done alliance with Lichavis also, and then he married Kumar Devi, the princess of that family. All right, this gave him the power and the prestige. And about his conquest, it is also mentioned in the Mehrauli iron pillar. So let's say if I talk about Mehrauli iron pillar, and if I talk about, let's say, Allahabad pillar. So remember one thing, in the Mehrauli iron pillar, we are talking about the achievements of Chandragupta II. All right, again, that's what I told you. Now, before I have corrected that, Mehrauli iron pillar is related to Chandragupta II. So whatever it's written over here, this is wrong. All right. So this context I have taken from Tamil Nadu book. So there's some error in this book. No worries. As long as I am teaching, I will keep on correcting those things. So nothing to be worried about. Sir, just now you told that Shri Gupta was the founder of Gupta dynasty, but over here you have written that Chandragupta is considered to be the founder of Gupta era. Why is it so? It is because you have to understand there is a difference between dynasty and era. I will tell you. Let's say my name is Abhijit Singh Arora. I'm just giving a hypothetical example. Now, my surname is Arora. I'm not a king, not any emperor. All right. So let's say if I start something, okay. So I will be starting a dynasty. Let's say my grandson, great grandson, whatever it is. All right. Now don't take it in terms of comparing between boys and girls. That why you're not talking about granddaughter or great granddaughter, because I'm trying to give you an example in this context. So if I talk about my grandson or somebody, if somebody over here becomes a ruler, so they will start an era, but they will be a part of my dynasty. All right, but this is an hypothetical example. Don't take it in literal meaning. That is why Chandragupta I is considered to be the founder of era, because he was the first known great ruler about whom we know. Now these people, Shri Gupta and Ghatotkaч, we do not know much about them, but still they are. He is the founder of the dynasty. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, after that, the now he is Samudragupta. He is also regarded as the greatest ruler. We will come to know about it why. And as I have already told you, that in the Allahabad pillar inscription, we come to know about him. I have already showed you this in the previous slides. Now, if I talk about the stages of his military campaigns. Now, for those of you who do not know what a campaign means you have a goal in which you fight and try to conquer some territory. All right. Campaign could be social campaigns also related to different things in which you have a goal and you have a target. You try to achieve that. Okay. Now, about Samudragupta, he fought against some of the North Indian rulers, some of the South Indian rulers, and again with the leftover of the North Indian rulers. Let us have a look at it one by one. In the first campaign, which was about the North Indian rulers, he defeated Achyuta and Nagsena. All right, this is important. Only this much is absolutely fine for this. Now, understand one thing. These Gupta rulers initially they were in the Gangetic Valley. So this Achyuta and Nagsena, what you see, they were in the upper Gangetic Valley. So let's say Samudragupta is here. This is in the Gangetic Valley. So he fought against Achyuta and Nagsena who were in the upper Gangetic Valley. All right, he defeated them and he annexed their states. Now this is very important. Why? क्योंकि जब वो नॉर्थ इंडियन रूलर्स के अगेंस्ट लड़ेंगे he will annex those territories, he will capture those territories, but when he will fight against South Indian rulers, he will fight against them, but he will give them back their kingdoms, but under his own supervision. I hope this important difference is clear to all of you. Here over here, let's talk about the uh, South Indian kingdoms whom he fought with. Now, it's also mentioned in the Allahabad pillar also that he had defeated 12 rulers in the South Indian. These are the names mentioned, not important to remember. You can just read it once. Now, as I have already told you, his policy in the South India was different. He did not destroy and annex those kingdoms. No, he defeated them, but gave them back their kingdoms. But he told that they have to acknowledge his suzerainty. Suzerainty means they have to accept him as their master or the supreme ruler. I hope this point is clear. Now, if you guys remember, I told you that his ruling policy was into three steps. First, he defeated a few North Indian rulers, then South Indian or Dakshin Pantha rulers, then the remaining North Indian rulers. So these are the names of the 9 North Indian rulers, out of which 2 he already destroyed in the first stage. In the third stage, he defeated the other members also. Now, after his victories, he started performing the Ashwamedh sacrifice. So that means that Brahmanism again we can see here in the Gupta period also. And the Buddhism and Jainism, the impact of them was further declined, because here we see a lot of worship related to Vishnu, which we also say as Vaishnavism. I hope this point is clear. And as he was very visionary, he wanted to conquer a lot of land. He regarded as the Indian Napoleon. I hope this is clear to all of you. Now, one more important thing here is, if I talk about this Samudragupta, this is nothing but this that third stage again. That this is the same slide here. What I'm trying to tell you is, you can find magnificent gold coins over here, which was produced on a large scale. This shows that it was a very prospering. India was very much prospering. इंडिया बहुत फल फूल रहा था. इतने ज्यादा मात्रा में गोल्ड कॉइन्स जो थे वो नॉर्मल ट्रेडिंग के लिए यूज किए जा रहे थे. I hope this point is clear to all of you. And one very last important point is, on his gold and silver coins, he wrote restorer of the Ashwamedh. That means he was trying to tell to the world that, see, I am a firm believer of Brahmanism. Okay. Now this is nothing, it is just telling about the extent that upper Gangetic Valley also he defeated those North Indian rulers, and then up to central and the southern part also he came. Now, up to the Pallava kingdom, he had reached in the south, where those rulers have acknowledged his suzerainty. I hope this point is clear. This we have already discussed. Now, if I talk about this king, all right, I'm not talking about his empire now. I'm talking about the extent of this king. Now, what very important thing about is that he was very much proficient in music also. And it is not just that he was a great king who was very good in fighting, he was having a lot of interest in art and culture also. He was having a lot of interest in music, in poems and all that. And he was a patron of many poets. मतलब वो कई जो कवि थे उनको बहुत सम्मान करता था. One of them whom he used to praise was Hari Sena. All right, and he is also remarkably very much famous for promoting the Sanskrit literature, obviously because he was promoting Brahmanism, and hence as a result Sanskrit literature को तो बढ़ावा मिल ही रहा था. वैष्णविज्म को भी बढ़ावा मिल रहा था, ये बात भी हम कर चुके हैं. Now, though he was promoting Vaishnavism a lot, but still he was a liberal king. Why? Because Vasu Bandhu, who was a Buddhist scholar, he patronized him also, and he had some keen interest in knowing about Buddhism also. Though he was a follower of Vaishnavism, he wanted to know about Buddhism as well. Now, we studied about Chandragupta one, then about Samudragupta, and then Samudragupta. After Samudragupta came Chandragupta two. Samudragupta was succeeded. Many students do not understand this term. Some people, what they start feeling is Samudragupta was succeeded. So what students start feeling is Chandragupta two came first, and after that came Samudragupta. No, first Chandragupta one, then Samudragupta, and third Chandragupta two. Some people, there's a debate going on. They believe that Chandragupta two, he had an elder brother named Ramagupta. They both fought, and then Chandragupta two ruled. Anyways, that is not very important because there's not much historical proof with us. Now, Chandragupta II also, he was also a great ruler. He had done a lot of work in terms of diplomacy and warfare. Now he married Kuber Naga, who was a Naga princess. And one more important thing was he gave his own daughter Parvati in marriage to the Vakataka prince Rudra Sena II. Now why he did was because this was important for the geographical perspective. This was important from the strategic point of view because Vaktakas, they occupied a strategic position in the south. Now, in the first chapter, I have already told you that when we study history, geography plays a very important role. And he was the king who realized the importance of geography. There were other kings also who realized that, and then that is why he married his daughter to the Vakataka prince because he wanted himself to be secure from most of the locations. I hope this point is clear. All right. Now, this is mentioned about the Western, his conquest on the Western India. This is not very important to know. But then, what important thing you want to understand from here is that he started calling himself as Vikramaditya. So, let's say if in the question anywhere it asks you about that, write a brief paragraph about Vikramaditya, and then in preliminary examination, if something comes, then you have to mention that Vikramaditya was none other than Chandragupta II. One more important thing was that he was also known as destroyer of Shakas because whatever Shakas were left over, he fought against them and then destroyed them. On the western side, now he just expanded his boundaries, and these were some of the. This is Baruch. This in the Tamil Nadu book it is written in this way, but this is Baruch. So these are some of the seaports. All right. This I'm talking about the western India. If I talk about this map, this is the eastern side. This West Bengal, what you see, this is this Gujarat side. All right, western side. So this page is about the western India, what I'm talking about. And if I talk about the northwestern side also, over here also, he had tried to protect the boundaries. And during his time, the Gupta period reached its zenith, and you will find various kinds of gold coins under this Chandragupta too. All right. Now, one more thing. As I told you, like in the previous slide, also you saw we were talking about the western parts which were conquered. हम लोग पश्चिमी शोर की बात कर रहे थे. Now he defeated Vangas also. He crossed the Sindh River and then he conquered Bactria. Bactria also we have discussed in the past chapters when we were talking about the post-Mauryans. Those of you, this is the northwestern part. Now, those of you who want to know where is this present Bactria, I don't see this in the map. Now, Bactria is the present day Afghanistan. All right. For those of you who want to relate this with the present time. Okay. Now, in the western Malwa, Gujarat, these all became a part of the Gupta Empire in his time. He crossed that Hindu Kush up to the Bactria, that is up to Afghanistan. And here also up to eastern Bengal he included. And then the southern part of Narmada River that formed his boundary. I hope this is clear. You already know about Narmada and Tapti River. We have already discussed this in the previous chapters. Okay. Now what happens is Fahim from China visits India. Now he was a monk. He wanted to study about Buddhism. Let's see how much he can know about, because Chandragupta II and whatever rulers we are knowing about, they were following Vaishnavism. That means they were following Brahmanism. Then will they allow him to stay in India and study? Yes. Chandragupta II was liberal and he allowed him to stay for some years in India and study about the Buddhism culture, whatever he wanted to study. Now, if I talk about Fahim, he came to India through the land route. So this is the path what he followed. Now, don't get confused. This Khotan, Kashgar, what you see, these appear to be Indian names, but both these are in China. Gandhara, you already know, this is a northwestern part, and from there he entered Punjab, and then he came to the Gangetic Plains. These are the prominent places where he has visited. Again, just have a reading, not very important. But while going back, he went through the sea route. First, he visited Ceylon, and then Java, and then back to China. For those of you who do not know what Ceylon is Sri Lanka. And Java is island. You guys must be aware about this. As I have already told you, he came over here to see the land of Buddha and to collect information about Buddhism. Now, the problem during this time was during Gupta period, Sanskrit was becoming predominant. This Brahmanism was becoming predominant. So he stayed in Patliputra for 3 years. He studied Sanskrit and then he had copied those texts into his language and then he went back. He gives us a lot of detail about religious, social, and economical life of the Gupta Empire. Now, one very important thing is, now you do not have to consider all his statements to be correct. At times he has exaggerated also. Why? Because he was against Brahmanism and was with the Buddhist ideology. So obviously he might exaggerate and tell something also. So we have to be careful when we are reading about this. But at the same time, what we must know is he has never ever mentioned about Chandragupta II in his accounts. Whatever he has jotted down, he has tried to avoid Chandragupta II. Why? Because he was not interested in political affairs. I hope this point is clear. Now, this is again a kind of taunt you can say. He used to refer to the Gangetic Valley as land of Brahmanism because obviously over here the Gupta emperors, they used to promote Brahmanism. Okay. Now, in some part of northwestern India, you will find that Buddhism was still fine. Why? Because we have already seen that Gandhara art and Mathura art. This we have previously read in the previous chapters. Mathura art. Over here, you will find Jainism might be fine, but in the northwestern Gandhara, there you will see that Mahayana Buddhism that was becoming prominent. This we have already studied. All right. Let's try to look at the things from the different perspective now. अब ये जो चंद्रगुप्त टू थे, now as I have already told you this, that he was also known by the name Vikramaditya. Now he also was very very important in promoting culture, art, architecture. Why? Various great literary figures such as Kalidas were present in his court. All right, and it is during his time that the Gupta Empire is regarded as the golden age. All right, it is regarded as the golden age. Why golden age? Because again there's a revival, there's a punarjanam, एक पुनर्जन्म होता है of literature and art and culture. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Again, there's a high level of cultural progress in this time, and that is why it is referred to as the golden age. Now, if I talk about the successors of Chandragupta II, अगर मैं इनके आने वाले successors की बात करूं, तो कुमार गुप्ता थे, इनके जो बेटे थे, and again you will find a lot of points about him. And why Kumar Gupta is important is for the foundation of Nalanda University. This is important. Now, don't get confused here. A wealthy tribe, Pushyamitra. Don't get confused with Pushyamitra Shun. That was different. This is a different tribe. Okay, don't get confused. Now, it is during his time. All right. It was during his time that a branch of Han, who were from Central Asia, started attacking India. But his successor, Skandagupta, had really faced the Han invasion. मतलब कुमार गुप्ता के समय में हन इन्वेजन शुरू हो गया था, लेकिन उनके सक्सेसर, उनके बाद जो आए थे स्कंद गुप्ता, उनके समय में हन इन्वेजन बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गया था, एंड दिस लेड टू द डिक्लाइन ऑफ द गुप्ता एम्पायर. आई होप दिस पॉइंट इज क्लियर. सो द गुप्ता एम्पायर डिक्लाइन ड्यू टू द फॉरेन इन्वेजन बाय द हन्स व्हिच वेयर नेटिव टू सेंट्रल एशिया. अब ये जो चंद्रगुप्ता टू थे, द्वितीय थे, इनके बाद के ये जो राजा थे Kumar Gupta and Skand Gupta, now they were not very prominent. They were not very prosperous, unlike their preceded kings. अपने पूर्वजों की तरह वो उतने important नहीं थे. During Kumar Gupta, now silver coins became more important. Earlier gold coins were very important in Chandragupta II and in the previous kings. During Kumar Gupta, silver coins became important. And then when Skand Gupta came, ये लोगों को दिखाना चाहता था, he wanted to show to the people that no, I will give you back gold coins. But then it is being said that the gold coins under Skand Gupta were not very pure, and it has a lot of mixing being done. All right, I hope this point is clear. So this is about what I was telling you guys. Don't forget about after Chandragupta II came Kumar Gupta, and his successor was Skand Gupta. All right. So as I already told you about Kumar Gupta, he started issuing silver coins. No, ऐसा नहीं कि silver coins पहले नहीं थे. Previously also there were silver coins, but silver coins became prominent here. And during Skand Gupta, again he tried to start golden coins, but then it had impurities. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, overall, as far as the Gupta period is concerned, the Gupta Empire is concerned, let us try to have a quick look at the administration. जो गुप्ता समय के जो राजा थे, the Gupta kings, they used to have very big names like Maharaja Dhiraj, Parmeshwar. Parmeshwar means God. Samrat, Chakravartin. Chakravartin means who had been victorious in all the directions. All right. Now, like all the kings, who is assisted by a council of administration ministers, here also the same thing happened. Now, here also the Gupta kings used to have a chief minister, Senapati. We already know about Senapati, and other important officials. Sandhi Vigrah. Now he was most probably a foreign affairs minister who was taking care of the foreign trade. One more important thing over here was Kumar Amatyas or Ayukt. These were the provincial officers who were taking care of the administrations. All right, provincial officers. Remember this. Provincial governors were who were the provincial governors? Bhuktis, and they were also known as Uparikas. All right. Now, generally, they were the princes. Let's say among the entire nation, there will be various small provinces, and over there, who will be the prominent small rulers who have accepted Gupta rule as their prominent ruler. मतलब जिन लोगों ने गुप्ता रूल को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया था अपने राज में, generally those princes were asked to be the provincial governors. Now, under this also, you guys can see here this bhuktis, that is the province. This was divided into vishyas, which is also known as district. This is important. Now, Vishyapatis were administering the districts, and Nagar Shreshtis were taking care of the city administration. Remember this. Vishyapatis was governing the district, whereas the executive part, this is related to lawmaking, legislature. The executive part of the city administration was with Nagar Shreshtis. And in the district, obviously, there will be many villages under a district. So those villages were under the control of Gramikas. I hope this is clear to all of you. If I talk about the social life, now the ward system, caste system became rigid. Obviously, when Brahmanism will come over here, again the caste system will become rigid. And Gupta Empire was also a part of it. जहाँ पर caste system rigid हो गया. Brahmins occupied the top of the ladder. It's obviously natural. Untouchability also started beginning in the Gupta Empire. All right, Faheen has also mentioned about this, but then that is fine. Now, the miserable conditions of Chandalas is mentioned by this Chinese traveler. So this was one of the social sections which was segregated from the society as they were considered to be untouchables. Right, all right. And this is mentioned by Faheen. Now, the women's position also started declining during the Gupta Empire, and it became miserable. And they were even prohibited from studying the religious texts also, and Purans जो ये लिखे गए थे Gupta period में, in that it is mentioned that no women should not be allowed to read this religious text, and they were prohibited. And one more important thing over here was, though it was insisted that they should be protected and they should be treated by men. In many books it is written, but then practically that was not happening. Now this Swayamvar, what was practiced before? Swayamvar means, let's say there's a king, and let's say he wants his daughter to be married. So many prince will come over here, and they will have a competition. Who will win will get married to the daughter of this king. Now that was given up. And Manusmriti has suggested, this is also a writing in which it is mentioned that they should try to get their daughters married as early as possible. So we also see a case of child marriage starting during the Gupta Empire. I hope this is also clear. It's quite obvious that Brahmanism started during the Gupta period, and it had two branches, Vaishnavism and Shaivism. This is about Lord Shiva, this is about Lord Vishnu. Most of the Gupta kings, they were Vaishnavites, that means worship of Lord Vishnu. They used to perform Ashwamedh sacrifice also. This we have already studied. I already told you that Purans were composed during this period. Now, apart from that, Faheen has also told that there was a decline about Buddhism in the Gangetic Valley. I have already told you this. But then Buddhism was still fine in the northwestern part where Mahayana Buddhism was emerging out. All right. But then there were a few Buddhist scholars which were patronized by the Gupta kings. That is not very, very important. If I talk about Jainism, it was prospering in the western and the southern India, not in the Gangetic or the central India. This point should be very, very clear to all of you. Okay. And this great Jain council, it was conducted at Vallabhi, the Vallabhi Council, where this Jain canon means the writing. All right, their sacred book, it was also written by the Shwetambars. Hope this point is clear. Now, very, very important part of this. Many of you students keep complaining to me, what about art and culture? See, understand one thing. Art and culture is not a different subject. It is a part of history. When we are studying history, we will study about this society, we'll study about economy, we'll study about religion. When we'll study about religion, we'll study about some of the monuments, and that is only art and culture. We'll study about their art, dance forms, and all those things. Some of them will be covered as a part of this. Whatever will be left over, we will study it separately. But understand, art and culture is not a separate subject. This is because of this coaching marketing style that they have started projecting art and culture as a different subject. Otherwise, art and culture is a part of history. It should be read with the history, and that is what I have also tried. In the previous chapters also, you have seen I have also already mentioned about Gandhara art, Mathura art. So wherever it is important, I have already included that. Okay. I already told you that during the Gupta period, it is known as the golden age because there's a lot of progress that has happened in terms of art and culture, science, literature. All right, and few scholars call this period as Renaissance also. Renaissance was the Punarjanam, all right, new birth. I hope this is clear. Okay. Now, this is wrong. This statement is written in Tamil Nadu book. It is mentioned here that it should be remembered that there is no dark period. But I don't agree to this. If you guys remember, after Mauryans came Shung, after Shung came Kanwa, and after Kanwa came the Gupta Empire. And during Kanwa dynasty, we do not know much about them, and this is considered to be a dark age. And hence, this statement is wrong. But still, I have mentioned this here so that you guys can cut it down in your Tamil Nadu book. All right, so let's now try to understand about the art and architecture. Now, when we will talk about art and architecture, you will find various kinds of temple architecture also. You might have heard about Nagara, you might have heard about Dravidian. All right, so let us try to understand. Most of them have been in when the Huns invaded and when the Gupta Empire declined. So they have destroyed many architecture, but still some of them have been preserved or कुछ बच गए थे. So let us first try to understand what is this Nagara, Dravida, and Visara. I will explain you this in the easiest way. You will not find the easiest explanation anywhere else. It's a challenge to you. Basically, Nagara is an example of North Indian temples. Very simple. Dravida is an example of South Indian temples. Sir, what about Visara? Visara is a mixture in which both the styles are being mixed. Hope this point is clear. One more important thing is if you look at the North Indian temples, they have a dome shape, they have circles. All right. And this biggest one, what you see over here, this is known as Shikhar. Okay. If you look at the South Indian Dravidian style architecture, they do not have dome shape. Instead, they are in the shape of pyramid. See, look, this is in the shape of pyramid. If you see here, and this biggest structure, what you see, it is not called Shikhar. In the North India, it is called Shikhar. In South India, it is called Vimana. All right, this is very, very important. Another important thing is in North India, first a height or base is made. Over here, you can see this is the height of the base above the plinth on which the temple is made. In the South India, this is not prominent. Just immediately above the plinth, you will see the temple. I hope this point is clear. Okay. For your information, I have made a small table. You guys can read this. Okay. For those of you who do not know what this Gopuram means an entrance room. All right, in North India, directly you will enter. In South India, there is a room which is just specifically for entrance. And there will be water tank also present. In North India, water tank is absent. So you can read this. It's very simple. This is North Indian, this is South Indian. You guys can read that. Okay. So now, if I talk about this Gupta Empire, there was not much influence of the Gandhara style. Gandhara style, as it was on the northwestern frontier, it was having a lot of impact on the from the Central Asian Greeks people. All right, so that is not seen over here. Only this much is important. And this is one thing written that Vithari monolithic pillar of Skand Gupta is also remarkable. For those of you who do not know what is monolithic is, anything that is made from a carved out from a single stone. All right. जो भी चीज सिर्फ एक पत्थर, मान लीजिए एक बड़ा सा पत्थर है, इसी को तोड़ तोड़ कर अगर हम जो भी बनाएंगे, that will be called as a monolithic. Mono means single, lithic means stone. That is carved out of a single stone. Hope this point is clear to all of you. Okay. Apart from, if I talk about this temple architecture, even metallurgy was very important. And obviously, if I talk about the coins also over here, that also shows us a lot of great detailing which has been done. Another thing is, obviously, this Mehroli iron pillar, Delhi iron pillar, this is rust free. This we have already discussed. So this is a completely magnificent architecture what we see over here. All right. Now this is one example of a painting which is inside the Bak caves. All right. Bak caves also we have already seen. For those of you, you can try to find out in the previous videos. Okay. One more important thing over here was now various kinds of gold coins were minted during Gupta period. Gupta period में ही सबसे ज़्यादा gold coins mint किए गए थे. And if you look at the sharpness with which these gold coins were designed, you will be very much happy and surprised to see the beauty. All right, जितने skill उसमें use किए गए थे, the greatness you will find in this numismatic art. Numismatic means study about the coins. All right. So how beautifully the kings have been drawn over here. All right. How they have been inscribed in the coins. How paintings have been inscribed in the coins. It shows how much remarkable this coin were in the Gupta Empire. Hope this point is also clear. If I talk about literature, obviously Sanskrit was becoming very, very prominent because Brahmanism was at its peak. If I talk about Samudragupta, as I've already told you, he himself was a great poet. And obviously, he used to patronize a lot of scholars, and Hari Sena was one of them. Now, if I talk about Chandragupta Dviti, Chandragupta II, he had Navaratnas in his court. All right. And that is why during his time we say was the golden age. Okay, Kalidas was very important among them. And his Sanskrit Dama Shakuntala, this is very, very important masterpiece. This is considered as one of the best books among the 100 in the world. All right. This is about the other two plays that he had written. And very important thing here is this is the name about the other two epics. The Ritu Samha and Meghduta, where is lyrics? These are very important. All right. This is about the literary sources. Some other important thing was Vishakha Datta was also celebrated author of this period. Two Sanskrit dramas, Mudrakshasa and Devi Chandragupta, was written by him. This is also very, very important. It has been asked at times in the examination. The Panchtantra stories, alright, if you go to railway stations and those places, you might have heard about these names. Panchtantra Bachon ki Kahaniyan stories. These were composed by Vishnu Sarma and it was done during the Gupta period. That is why, golden period. Remember this, guys. This was the golden age. Alright. And with this author, Amar Sinha, he compiled a lexicon. For those of you who do not know what a lexicon is, this is a word book. Amar Kosh. Kosh means dictionary. Obviously, if there will be a lot of words compilations, it should be called as a dictionary. Hope this point is clear. Purans in their present form were composed in this period. There were total 18 Purans. These are the names of the important Purans. Bhagavata, Vishnu, Vayu, Matsya Puran. Alright. Mahabharata and Ramayana. Now, most of you might be knowing that though it were written, but then later on it were rewritten and many chapters were added. So the present form, whatever we know about Ramayana and Mahabharata, the final touch was given during the Gupta Empire. Hope this point is clear to all of you. If I talk about science, brilliant things happened in terms of science also. Nobody, I think so, would be here, sitting over here and watching this video who might not have heard about Aryabhatta. He was a great mathematician, great astronomer. His book, Aryabhatta, he wrote in 499 AD. Now, one more important thing, he had scientifically explained about the solar and lunar eclipse. All right. And he declared that the earth is spherical in shape. But then that was not accepted at his time. Okay. But later on, we should be very proud that see, so long, many, many years back, this genius, he had already told that the sun is not flat, it is spherical. You remember Alexander the Great, he came to India. Why he came to India? Because he thought that India is the eastern boundary, and he thought that if he will conquer India, he would have conquered the entire world. Though he failed because he died. Now see, Aryabhatta, he told that Earth was a sphere. Very important. All right. In the field of medicine, there were three great medical people. All right, Chakra, Susruta. These two were before the Gupta age. Vagbhata, the third person who worked in the field of medicine, he lived during the Gupta period. All right. This is what he had written, which has the summary of the 8 branches of medicine. So this is an important question for all of you. I request all of you to write down the answer in the comment section. If more than 100 students will write the answer, after a few days I will come here to the comment section, write down the model answer. Don't worry if you write the right answer or wrong answer. There's nothing to worry about it. Why? Because see, we will learn from our mistakes. And if anybody will make fun, I'm going to remove those people from our UPSC Digital Library platform. One more very, very important thing over here is that understand the question. Okay, read the question carefully, then answer. Okay, I have seen 2 students, they have copied the answer from somewhere on the internet and they have pasted. It is clearly visible to me. 2 students, it might appear to be a good answer, but I can make out that it has been copied from the internet. Please don't do that. I will not tolerate that. Okay. So the question is, Discuss. Last question was comment. This is discuss. Discuss the provincial and district administrative units of the Gupta Empire with the designations and functions of the officer. 2014, 15 marks to 50 words. जो गुप्ता एम्पायर के समय में जो भी प्रोविंशियल और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन होता था उनकी डेजिग्नेशन और उनके फंक्शन के साथ उसको आप डिस्कस कीजिए. 2014 में आ चुका 15 मार्क्स का 250 वर्ड्स में. होप दिस पॉइंट इज क्लियर. नाउ लेट अस हैव टू क्वेश्चंस फॉर our prelims practice. Alright, which of the following shows the characteristics of the Dravida style of architecture? You remember we have studied about Dravida and Nagsena kind of temples. It is characterized by a beehive-shaped curvilinear tower called shikhar made up of layers upon layer of architecture. It has pyramid shape. Both can be only a. You can pause the video and write your answer, then you can resume. Alright. So the right answer is it has pyramidal shape. I'm talking about Dravidian style. This is in South India. I have already told you in South India it has pyramid shape. This shikhar, this curvilinear, this dome shape, this is in North India. So this is not the answer. This has to be the answer. Obviously, if A is in the option, it will get eliminated. Only A, it will get eliminated. Answer will be B. Next question. Allahabad pillar inscription is associated with which of the following? UPSC prelims 2006 question. Mahapadmananda, Chandragupta Maurya, Ashoka, Samudragupta. You can pause and write the answer. All right. So the right answer is Samudragupta. What? Sir, Allahabad pillar inscription, it was erected by Ashoka and you are saying it is not associated with Ashoka. See guys, this is how UPSC will test your knowledge. I have told you this when I was explaining this. Though it will have information about Ashoka and Samudragupta both, we are not emphasizing on Ashoka. It is associated with Samudragupta. We are referring to that inscription to know about Samudragupta. There are various other resources through which we will come to know about Ashoka, and hence D is the right answer. Please listen here once again carefully. Don't ask about Telegram. Don't ask about Facebook. Please connect with us on Instagram. And if you guys want to share about our platform to maximum of your friends so that everybody can prepare for free, please do so, because this is what my aim is, to help maximum aspirants who cannot afford coaching fees. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. And in this lesson, we are going to talk about chapter 10, that is Harshvardhana. This chapter is also very, very important, and many a times questions have been asked from this chapter. And as far as I am concerned, I personally like this chapter very much because of the way how Harshvardhana had done a few conquests, which we will see in this lesson very soon. So without wasting much time, let's start this lesson. Now, this is the image of Harshvardhana. Now, most of you might be thinking, generally, why do I put the images of kings and of their inscriptions or their coins? It is because I want you guys to visualize. मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप जिस lesson को भी पढ़ें, उसको visualize करें. It is not about mugging up history. You have to understand the chronology, how it is being happening, and you have to understand it like a story. As far as facts are concerned, once you guys will revise this chapter for 2 to 3 times, the facts will get retained in your mind. I hope this point is clear. This was the time during which Harshvardhana have ruled in the northern part of India from 606 to 647 AD. Now, in the previous chapter, पिछले chapter में, we studied about the decline of Gupta Empire. हमने देखा था कि Gupta Empire का decline हो जाता है और उसके बाद Hans invasion हो जाता है. We saw in the previous chapter that the Gupta Empire declined and then the Hans invasion happened and there was a political disunity happening. Obviously, हमने ये पहले भी देखा था. We have seen this in the past also. Whenever any big empire will collapse, so what will happen is different regions will start emerging out and start declaring their independence. जो भी अलग-अलग राज्य होंगे एक साम्राज्य के अंदर, whatever different regions were present within a kingdom, all of them will start proclaiming independence and will start having their own empire. एक छोटा सा अपना राज्य वो शुरू कर देंगे रूल करना. Now same thing happened with this era also. what happened was, now over here you guys will understand that how Harshvardhana started ruling, how his father started ruling, and then how it declined. Okay. Now, important thing what we have to understand here is they were a feudatory of the Gupta Empire. मतलब ये जो हर्षवर्धना के जो पूर्वज थे, इनके जो पिता थे, they were having a small rule under the Gupta Empire itself. And once the Gupta Empire declined, they proclaimed independence and the sovereignty of their own kingdom. I hope this point is clear. Okay. Now let's start understanding how we come to know about हर्षवर्धना. हमको हर्षवर्धना या हर्षा के बारे में कैसे पता चलता है? हम ये भी समझ लेंगे आगे कि हर्षा के साथ ये वर्धना शब्द का इस्तेमाल क्यों किया जाता है. ये जो हर्षा के बारे में हम पढ़ते हैं, ये इनकी एक बायोग्राफी, इट्स अ बायोग्राफी हर्षचरिता, in which it is written about him. It is written by Bana, who was a poet. Alright, he was a court poet in the kingdom of Harsha, who has written Harshcharita and described about his entire life. This is one source through which we come to know about his life. Another source is through the travel accounts of Hyung Sang. Now, Hyung Sang is also known as Zhuang Zhang. He came from China, all right, during the 7th century AD, during which he has also stayed here, studied about Buddhism, and also written about the Harshvardhana Empire. So through these two important sources, we come to know a lot about the Harshvardhana Empire. All right. Now it is not just these two sources. कुछ ड्रामा, कुछ प्लेस भी लिखे गए थे by Harsha himself, because he was a great पैट्रोनर ऑफ एजुकेशन. वो एजुकेशन सिस्टम में बहुत बिलीव करते थे. लेटर ऑन व्हेन वी विल स्टडी अबाउट नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी आल्सो, यू विल कम टू नो दैट हाउ मच ही हैज contributed towards the art, literature and architecture of our nation. रत्नावली, नागनंदा, प्रियदर्शिका, ये तीनों जो ड्रामा थे, all these three dramas were written by Harsha, which also gives us valuable information. Again, like I have told in the past, जैसा कि मैं past में भी बताता हूँ, it is very important to understand that these plays were written by Harsha. At the same time, the Chinese traveler Yung Sang, as well as the Bana, who was a poet, they will generally not write anything against Harsha. All right, so you have to be careful when you are reading about these texts. Now, apart from these literary sources, we also come to know about Harsha from the inscriptions. जैसे मधुबन plate inscription, Sonpat inscription. These also help us to frame the chronology, the sequence of events in which the Harsha would have ruled. Apart from that, there's an inscription, Banskhed inscription, through which also we come to know about Harsha. And the peculiar thing about the Banskhed inscription is that we find the signature or autograph of Harsha also in that. All right. And one more very, very important inscription is the Ayul inscription. Now, for those of you who have just visited this channel and thinking what is this inscription all about, so when you will watch the complete course on ancient Indian history, I have already explained what is the meaning of inscription, what is epigraphy. All right, so you guys will understand all these technical terms. In the Ayul inscription also, it is mentioned about the war between Harsha and Pulakesin II. Who is this Pulakesin II? Very soon we'll look into it. इन दोनों के युद्ध का जिक्र भी Ayul inscription में दिया हुआ है. Let's continue. So this is about the inscription Banskheda, which I was talking about. All right. So in this inscription, as you can see over here, this is the autograph of Harshvardhana. यहाँ पर हर्षवर्धना के autograph के बारे में यहाँ पर you can see the signature of Harshvardhana. Now, let me clear one point here itself. I know what a few of you will do now, because I'm really very much disappointed with a few students. Now, some of you will, if I would have not said this right now, a few of the students will ping me and say, sir, can you please increase the font size? We cannot read what is written over here. Come on. Anyways, you guys won't be able to understand what is written over here, right? Why I have pulled this point is because every day I get thousands of questions which are irrelevant. You guys will watch all the videos that I have uploaded. If you guys will also watch most common mistakes about my failures, if you guys will watch about daily timetable, if you guys will watch our updated yearly strategy for 2021, most of your questions will already get cleared. But what you guys will do is guys will directly come and start asking questions, how to start preparing for UPSC, or should I prepare notes or not, or what all subjects will I teach? These all questions have already been covered. So I request you guys to please spend an hour or two in our YouTube channel. Please watch those videos. Most of your questions will automatically get covered. It's a humble request from my side. Now, why I'm telling this is I don't have any problem. I answer most of the questions that are being asked. Okay, but the problem what happens is I get now 1500 plus questions every day. Okay, we have around 8,000 students in Instagram, more than 16,000 students in YouTube. So it becomes difficult for me to answer to each and every student. So if you guys will restrict your questions to the subject, and if you guys will do your homework, it will be easier for me to answer to the serious aspirants. Nahi to I will not be able to answer them, and then they will get disappointed. Please try to follow this. All right. So now let's try to understand the chronology, what happened. Now the founding father of this family was Pushyabhuti. So he was the one who was a feudatory in the Gupta Empire. Yes, it's written here. He was a feudatory of the Gupta Empire. And then he separated from the Gupta Empire and started his own kingdom once the Hans invasion started. Now, they used to call themselves as Vardhanas. That is why his son Harsha has also added Vardhana to his name. I hope this point is clear to you. Now, the most important king of this Pushyabhuti dynasty was Prabhakavardhana. All right. His capital was at Thaneshwar, which is in north of Delhi, and he used to add various titles to his name, such as Maharaja Dhiraja and Parma Bhattaraka. All right. I hope this is clear. Now, this page is very important here. अब जो प्रभाकवर्धना था, उनकी मृत्यु के बाद, after his death, his elder son Rajyavardhana came to the throne, but now he faced a lot of challenges. Now, Rajyavardhana's sister, now by the way, Harshvardhana was the younger brother of Rajyavardhana. All right. So, what happened was the sister of Rajyavardhana and Harshvardhana, Rajyashri, she was married to Macaulay ruler Grihavarman. Now, the important thing what happened over here was now the ruler of Malwa was Devgupta and Shashanka was ruler of Bengal. What both of them did, Devgupta and Shashanka, they killed Grihavarman. Alright, and who was Grihavarman? He was husband of Rajyashri. मतलब राजवर्धना और हर्षवर्धना की जो बहन थी राजश्री, उनके पति, her husband was killed by Shashanka and Devgupta. Now this rose a very big tension. इससे बहुत समस्या खड़ी हो गई. Obviously, if you are a king and your sister's husband is being killed by a few kings, obviously you would try to take a revenge and you would try to sort out the things. Similarly, same thing happened. Rajavardhana, he marched against the kings of Malwa and he routed his army. But then, what happened before he could come back? All right, he marched against the Malwa king Devgupta and he fought against him. But when he was coming back, all right, his alliance, Shashanka, he murdered Rajavardhana. I hope this point is clear. So, Rajavardhana and Harshvardhana, both of them were brothers. Rajashri was sister, whose husband was Grihavarman. He was killed by Devgupta and Shashanka. It was obvious that Harshvardhana will take over the kingdom. अब इनके पिता की मृत्यु हो चुकी है हर्षवर्धना के, इनके बड़े भाई की भी मृत्यु हो चुकी है क्योंकि इनका मर्डर कर दिया जा चुका है. So now Harshvardhana takes up the throne from his brother. Now, very important thing is he started his rule from Thaneshwar. Now his responsibility first was to help his sister. Once Rajashri's husband was killed, she went into forest. वो अपने आप को उन्होंने फॉरेस्ट में जाकर छिपा लिया था. And it was also important for Harshvardhana to bring back his respect in his kingdom. to take the avenge or the revenge by killing those people who have killed his brothers. All right, and his brother-in-law, obviously. So it was his responsibility. First of all, what he did was he rescued his sister who was in the forest and who was trying to immolate herself. Immolate means she was trying to burn herself. So this is the first thing what he did. देखिए आप इसको एक स्टोरी की तरह देखिए, एक मूवी की तरह देखिए, how these scenes are happening and what was the important role what Harshvardhana did to take revenge of his brother, his brother-in-law, and how he tried to save his sister. All right. Now, after saving his sister, what he did was he fought against Shashanka and then he drove him out from Kanauj. All right. And just to showcase his military power, he made Kanauj as his new capital. I hope this point is clear. And thus, he established himself as the most powerful ruler of the North India, of the Northern India. Now, he fought against some other rulers also. He fought against Vallabi ruler also, Dhruv Sena too, and then he defeated him. Now Dhruv Sena too, he became a feudatory to his empire. Now, very important military campaign what he did was against the western Chalukya ruler Pulakesin II, जिसके बारे में मैंने आपको इस चैप्टर के स्टार्टिंग में भी बताया था. But then what happened was he was not able to defeat Pulakesin II, and if you guys remember, I told you in the A-hole inscription it is mentioned that Pulakesin II defeated Harshvardhana. This was the only defeat he faced during his entire rule, as per the sources what we know. जितने भी sources हमको मालूम है, उसके अनुसार यही एक बड़ी defeat थी, जिसमें इनको हार का सामना करना पड़ा था पुलकेशिन द्वितीय के द्वारा. Now this is mentioned in the accounts of Wing Sang also, जिनके बारे में अभी हम आगे भी देखेंगे, जो एक बुद्धिस्ट मॉन्क थे जो यहाँ पर आए थे बुद्धिज्म के बारे में पढ़ने के लिए, और जो एई होल इंस्क्रिप्शन है जो मैंने आपको अभी बताया उसमें भी इनके बारे में दिया हुआ है, इनकी इस कैंपेन के बारे में. ठीक है, तो ये साउथ ऑफ किंगडम नर्मदा रिवर के साउथ में जाकर इनके अगेंस्ट लड़ने के बाद भी जीत नहीं पाए थे. ऑलराइट, नाउ बट व्हाट हैपेंड वाज ही अज्यूम्ड, ऑलराइट, पुलकेशिन II जो थे, he has mentioned about the defeat of Harsha. उसके बाद पुलकेशिन II became very very confident and he assumed the title of Parmeshwara, मतलब अपने आप को वो एक भगवान की तरह दिखाने लगा. All right. Hume Kisang also confirmed the victory of Pulakesin. So there is no doubt that Pulakesin II defeated Harshvardhana. So Harshvardhana, though he fought against Shashanka, Devbhuti, all right, and you will see later on that he fought against various rulers of Nepal, Kashmir, but then with Pulakesin II, he lost. This is very very important. All right. Okay. He fought against the rulers of Sindh, who was an independent kingdom that time, and he won against them. He won against the Nepal ruler also, who later on accepted their lordship. मतलब उन्होंने भी हर्ष के रूल को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया था और उनके अंडर में अपने साम्राज्य को स्वीकार कर लिया था. I hope this point is clear. All right. And in Kashmir also he established his rule, and he maintained cordial relationship with Bhaskara Varman, who was the ruler of Assam. So overall, the entire North India was becoming a part of his kingdom. All right. Now his last military campaign was against the kingdom of Kalinga in Odisha. If you guys remember, Kalinga was also part of the Mauryan Empire, जो हमने पहले पढ़ा था. And Harsha was successful in this campaign also. All right. So we can say that the modern day Rajasthan, Punjab, UP, Bihar, Odisha were under his direct control. So almost the whole of North India was under his control. So these also included Kashmir, Sindh, Vallabi, Kamarupa. All right, they acknowledged his sovereignty. इनकी leadership को इन्होंने स्वीकार कर लिया था. I hope this point is clear. Now let us understand about what happened that Harsha accepted Buddhism. So you guys must know, आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा कि पहले he was a devotee of Lord Shiva. All right, he followed Brahmanism during his early phases of life. Later on, he started following Hinayan Buddhism. So for those of you who always keep asking about Hinayan and Mahayan Buddhism, understand that the Buddhism was in its original form, in which they were following the teachings of Gautam Buddha. All right, there was no such segregation or sections of Buddhism. It is only after the fourth council, remember this, it is only after the fourth council when they decided that now there will be two sections of Buddhism, Hinayan and Mahayana, in which the Hinayan followers, what they did was they continued with the original teachings of Gautam Buddha. And in Mahayana Buddhism, they came up with a new section in which they started following the idol worship. All right. And they started following Sanskrit language and all those things. Hope this point is clear to all of you. Later on, first he was a follower of Lord Shiva, then he started following Hinayan Buddhism, and Huang Sang, who will come to India during the reign of Harshvardhana, he later converts him to Mahayana Buddhism. Obviously, you guys know that in China they follow Mahayana Buddhism. All right. So the impact of all this Buddhism was what that Harsha prohibited the use of animal food in his kingdom. मतलब अगर कोई भी किसी इंसान को मारता था या those people who used to kill the animals for all right, so he prohibited that and punishment was given to them. All right, he helped in the erection of various stupas. इन्होंने कई stupas बनाने में भी मदद की थी, and he also helped in making of various rest houses. All right, viharas, what we say, where the travelers who used to travel to his kingdoms were able to rest at different places. Various monasteries were also being erected under his patronage. All right, and every 5 years he used to have a gathering. He used to have an assembly wherein he used to call the the people from all religion sections, those who were scholars of those religion sections, and he used to honor them and give them gifts. This tells us that he was a liberal king. वो एक बहुत ही सहानुभूति वाले राजा थे जो सभी धर्मों का सम्मान करते थे. I hope this point is clear. All right. Now let us try to understand about Kanauj assembly. All right. This is very, very important, in which he will honor Hyung Sang, whom we just studied, who converted him to Mahayana Buddhism. All right. So this Kanauj assembly was basically organized. जो ह्यूंग सैंग जो भारत आए थे, जो एक पिलग्रिम, जो एक यात्रा पर आए थे, धार्मिक यात्रा पे, पिलग्रिम मीन्स हु ट्रैवल फॉर रिलीजियस पर्पस, ऑलराइट, ड्यूरिंग द क्लोज ऑफ हिज रेन, मतलब जब उनका साम्राज्य का अंत होने वाला था, उसी के आसपास जब ह्यूंग सैंग लौटने वाले थे, when he was about to return to China, so this Kanauj assembly was done to honor him. Now, people from all religion sections were invited. It was attended by 20 kings, around 1,000 scholars who came from Nalanda University. We'll also look into slight detail about Nalanda University also. And 3,000 Hinayan Buddhist and Mahayanist, means around 3,000 scholars who were followers of Hinayan and Mahayan, and 3,000 Brahmins and Jain scholars also came. Now, this assembly, this happened for 23 days, where Hyung Sang, he was trying to explain about the Mahayan doctrine. And but what happened is, now you guys must remember, when various religious scholars will sit together, जब अलग-अलग धर्म के लोग साथ में बैठेंगे, and when Hyung Sang tried to tell about the supremacy of his religion, अब आप इस बात को समझिए, अगर कोई इंसान अलग-अलग धर्म के लोगों के बीच में बैठा, वो अपने ही अपने धर्म का जयकारा करने लगेगा, obviously it will happen, it might lead to some dispute, and that is what happened here also. When Hyung Sang was trying to establish its superiority about Mahayan Buddhism over the other religions, violence broke out. झगड़ा हो गया था. And then, but what happened was, and there was also an attempt on life on Harsha. कुछ लोगों ने हर्षा को मारने की भी कोशिश की थी. Soon this situation was brought under control. इस situation को control किया गया, and the guilty were figured out and they were punished. Finally, on the final day, that is on the 23rd day, Hyung Sang was honored with the costly presents and then he went back. I hope this point is clear about Kanauj assembly. One more important thing is about Allahabad conference. All right. So Hyung Sang has mentioned about his account, all right, about his conference which was held at Allahabad. Previously, this place was known as Prayag. Later on, it was changed. The name was changed to Allahabad. And recently, you guys must have known that in the present government, they have again changed the name of Allahabad to Prayagraj. All right. All right. Now, this conference was one among the conference जो हर्ष अपने हर 5-5 साल में करते थे. In this, he used to call the scholars of various religions, all right, Hindu, Jainism, Buddhism, and he used to give gifts to all kinds of sections. All right. Now Hyung Sang has mentioned in his text that Harsha was so liberal and so lavish. He had a lot of money that what he did was, even let's say whenever somebody will ask to offer something to Harsha during these conference, जो हर्षा कपड़े पहने रहते थे, even the clothes and the jewelries what he was wearing, he used to remove them and give them as a donation. All right. But again, as I already told you, that you guys must be very careful because obviously those scholars who will come over there, they might try to exaggerate the things or बढ़ा चढ़ाकर बता सकते हैं. Hope this point is clear. Now let us try to understand about Harsha's administration. In what way was the administration happening? Now, as you guys know that this complete Vardhana dynasty, all right, they were a feudatories of Gupta. ये Gupta dynasty से ही बने थे, all right, after the Hans invasion. So their administration was also similar like the Gupta Empire. Now in Hyung Sang have given a detailed picture about it. All right, he used to make frequent visits to different parts of his empire. All right, and it is mentioned that the day was too short for him. That means they are trying to say that he used to work for a lot of hours. All right, so this is what they are trying to say. And it is also mentioned that taxation was light. 1/6 of the produce, जो भी प्रोडक्शन होता था उसका 1/6 जो था 1/6 of it. All right, so 1/6, if you guys have to understand, is let's say total 60 things are produced, so 1/6, so you guys have to divide it by 6, it will come out to 10. So this part out of 60 will go into taxation. Forced labor was rare. All right, and cruel punishments, but cruel punishments continue. If you guys remember, in the modern period, the punishments were cruel, but it was reduced during the Ashokan Empire. All right, after he started patronizing Buddhism. All right, so same thing happened over here also. Hyung Sang, all right, he didn't appreciate it much. जो भी इतने सुपरस्टिशियस और इतने खतरनाक तरीके से जो ट्रायल्स होते थे, जिनको भी गिल्टी पाया जाता था, so he didn't appreciate it. Now in the Harsha's army also, there were the same kind of divisions what we find in the Gupta. We have already studied it for soldiers, horse, chariots, and elephants. All right. So it is said that जो हर्षा की आर्मी थी वो मौर्यन आर्मी से भी बड़ी थी और उसमें 1 लाख कैवलरी थे और and more than 60,000 were the elephants in the army of the Harshas. All right. Now one more big thing is that now if you will guys will look at Harsha's administration from Hyung Sang, now both good and bad things are mentioned. Like Hyung Sang have mentioned that he didn't like the way how the criminals were tried. All right, though forced labor was not there, but still it was present. So it's a mixed kind of administration, what is mentioned by Hyung Sang. All right, hope this point is clear. Now, if we talk about the society and economy under Harshvardhana's rule, all right, so there this the division was prevalent. मतलब ये जो division था society का, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishya, Shudra, ये बहुत prominent था. Brahmins were considered as privileged, this is obvious, and then राजा जो थे उनको लैंड्स और अदर गिफ्ट्स बहुत ही उनको देते रहते थे. क्षत्रियज वेर द रूलिंग क्लास, सो यू कैन से दैट हर्षवर्धना बिलोंग टू क्षत्रिय क्लास. वैश्य जो थे मेनली दे वर ट्रेडर्स एंड शूद्र जो थे वो जनरली एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिस करते थे और उनमें कई सब कास्टेस भी थी. अगेन वी डोंट हैव टू गो इनटू मच डिटेल. वुमेन की पोजीशन सेटिस्फैक्टरी नहीं थी, वुमेन को उतनी रिस्पेक्ट नहीं दी जाती थी. पहले के समय में क्या होता था, राजा एक स्वयंवर करवाता था जिसमें अलग अलग राजकुमार different princes used to come, and whosoever used to win, then it was up to the princess. If she liked, she will marry that prince. All right, but this choice of deciding the husband, all right, this swayamvar, this declined during the Harshvardhana period. Moreover, in the higher classes predominantly, the remarriage of widow was not permitted. All right, this shows that there was a feeling of insecurity among the higher strata, and they do not wanted their wives to get remarried to somebody else after their death. Moreover, sati was also prevalent. This we saw in the Gupta period also. All right, and here the disposal of the death is also mentioned. मतलब जब किसी की मृत्यु हो जाए तो किस किस तरीके से उस डेड बॉडी का अंतिम संस्कार किया जाता था. All right, the last rites of the dead. It is mentioned that cremation was also over there. Water water burials were also there. That means the bodies might be either flown down into the rivers, all right, or let's say they were exposed into the woods. This again is a form of cremation in which it will be cremated, or the burials in the land, that was also there. All right. So these were the kinds of disposals of the dead bodies. Now, important thing, though the administration was like the Gupta period की तरह ही administration था, but the trade declined. All right, there were less number of coins. The activities were reduced. All right, the merchant guilds are the associations of Vash or the merchants. This also declined. Trade centers come over here. Handicrafts, agriculture, this reduced. So what happened was the village economy became self-sufficient. So generally, what will happen is in the village, the agriculture people they will grow the crops and then they will distribute in the village itself. So the big scale trade this reduced. I hope this point is clear. Now let us talk about the cultural progress. Now those of you who might be thinking why this happened, understand. Gupta was a big empire. It was a very, very big empire. Now though this was in the north of the empire, but you guys must understand still there was some impact of the Hans invasion. And moreover, what happened? That very important thing is in the Gupta Empire, there was a political unity. During Harshvardhana Empire, Harshvardhana was observing all the states. मतलब जितने भी राज्य हर्षवर्धन के अंडर में थे, उन सबको बोल दिया गया था आप अपना अपना ध्यान खुद रख लीजिए, लेकिन आप मुझे अपना राजा स्वीकार कर लीजिए. You accept me as the king, but you take care of your own small kingdoms or your small regions, whatever you are ruling. So that is why when he doesn't have to be accountable for the entire kingdom, then what will happen is ये अपने अपने बारे में सोचेंगे. The trade will not be very much prosperous and all these things. Hope this point is clear. Alright. Art and architecture की बात करें, so it is not very much, alright, because mostly happened during the Gupta period, but still we will see a lot of things happening, like a copper statue of 8 feet. This is mentioned by Hume Sang that this happened. Many glorious monasteries were built up. Alright. In the Nalanda University also, reconstruction of Nalanda University also happened. Brick temple at Lakshmana in Sirpur happened. Alright. Now, Banabhatta, as you guys know, that Harshcharita was written by Banabhatta, which is an autobiography of Harshvardhana. So this also helped in the cultural progress. Apart from that, Banabhatta also wrote Kadambari. Alright, this was also written by. Now, it is not that only Banabhatta or Bana was present in the court of Harshvardhana. This famous poet Bhatrihari, alright, he was also present over there. Matanga was also present over there. Alright, they were great philosophers and grammarian. Alright. और हर्षा ने खुद भी 3 plays लिखे, रत्नावली, प्रियदर्शिका, नागनंदा. Now this is important. Remember these 3 plays, Ratnavali, Priyadarshika, and Nagananda. And one more thing is